wonderful, still getting a wonderful echo. But I know what the cause of that is. All right. Yeah, wicked echo. Sorry, but that's fixed. Or it should be fixed. Yeah, that is actually coming from my background. No, hold on. Test. Yeah, that's my phone in the background. Sorry about that. All right, let's go. One more time. You not hearing any echo? Are you hearing an echo, Danhai? You think I'm low or loud? All right. All right, guys. It's still not welcome to the official. It's still welcome to the pre-start of Brick Talk, this week's Brick Talk. We are live on YouTube. We should also be live on Twitter, and we're live on a bunch of platforms. And hold on one second, let me get the last most important platform going. There we go. One. Okay. All right, there we go. We should be good. And as I said, I don't want the first few minutes to be lost. I know I've already lost a couple of the first few minutes. So welcome to this week's Brick Talk. I am your host, Randy Rowe. And of course, there's a person hosting with me, co-host, if you will, Danhai Hall. And of course, while we start out, I still have some back-end issues to sort out, but you guys don't have to worry about that too much. I should also know that on YouTube, there shouldn't be a delay. We're still working on that. So I'm pretty sure there's no delay, but if there is, the people on YouTube will let us know immediately. And of course, we do have a wonderful guest this week. But before we bring that guest in, we'll just get the pre-talk out of the way. And as we do every week, if you're on the Twitter space, send a speaker request. We'll approve it, and you guys can get going pretty quickly. And yeah. So, with all of that said, I think we have Alric, who I haven't heard from in a couple of weeks. Yeah. How are you doing, Alric? Welcome. All right, Alric, what's been up for the last few weeks? Okay, that's cool. That's good. Quite nice, you say. Quite nice. I say, all right. Before you jump into everything, Alric, because I know you always want to jump to the biggest topic quickly. You get to pick one thing and talk about. We're obviously going to talk about Learn. We actually have the Learn CEO coming on a little bit. So pick something else. Okay, perfect. What you have in mind? Mm-hmm. IPO platform. Hold on one sec for me. Because apparently nobody on Twitter is, not Twitter, no one on YouTube is hearing you guys. So I just want to have that fixed in one moment. Alric, that's your TV in the background going? All right. Well, go ahead again, Alric. You can talk while we sort out the issues, because I will actually need you to speak.
The EduFocal IPO.
I thought you
I
saying
think
you
I
weren't
said
going to
this.
talk about. Oh, you were talking
No,
about the platforms. Platforms, yeah.
platform. Yeah, man, the platform. I'm not talking about. I'm gonna be very short this time. I think some months ago I made a comment on Twitter that any broker who is developing a platform that is not that that is not at least 50% as what should I say, easy as JMB Moneyline would
Oh,
have
you
been doing that.
started off with that JMB ad on the show. Okay.
No, man, listen where I'm going at. No, listen where I'm going at. I'm saying that the ease of use and 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 satisfaction that you get from using the platform. What I was saying is that that has to be factored in for any broker who is now coming with an IPO platform. And what we saw with Mayberry, I think, was very commendable. I
Okay,
use
you
the thing
starting
and
off with a Mayberry ad. Damn.
I use the thing, Randy, and I'm telling you, I woke up in the middle of the night and asked my wife, "Did we really apply for the IPO?" It was just about 4 click, and everything
Yep.
was, And there's another broker who is currently developing their own IPO platform. They're now a popular broker. They've been popular this year, and I'm saying if they're not coming with the same sort of and offer the same sort of ease and satisfaction that these platforms are offering, I think that would have been a great disservice, because we have already seen what some of the others have the frustration and the dissatisfaction that we as clients have been going through. And I must commend Mayberry, that for what they've done. Yeah, so we look forward to other brokers coming on stream and offering the same sort of ease and comfort. You know, so that's all I wanted to say. I'm
Okay.
actually listening to you tonight. Yeah, man.
So you know have no
So you
other you
can.
have no other stock that you like, Alric? Nothing else?
Well, as I said, Dan and I spoke about cargo handlers a couple months ago or so, and I said that this thing is gonna be one of my picks for this year, and it hasn't disappointed me so far. I think there's more to come from cargo handlers. Um, yeah, so I'm not gonna speak about any of the others because the Fesco and the Tropical and the EduFocal and all of those, because I think most of us have made quite a bit of money off them. So I'm I'm looking at the ones that are not considered popular, but 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 offer great opportunity. And I think cargo handlers. I remember when it was going for $6.91, and Dan and I were talking about it, and then I was saying he likes what they're doing down there, and I was saying this is one of my picks for this year. I know they're trying to lobby the government for increasing the quota for the cement. I don't know how successful they will be, because I know the government had already granted a new license to Ryan Reed and Garth Walker's company, Growth Tech, to be so I'm not sure if they're going to increase cargo handlers quota, but um, I'm still holding out for them to do great things this year. Or with a return to normality. I know they had suspended some of their activities because they operate on 4 business lines: the equipment leasing and maintenance, the heavy transport of oil, the stevedoring, and the cement business. I know cement was firing while the others were offline. So with a return to normality for these, I expect them to post some good numbers for the next probably 2 or 3 quarters. And if you look at their numbers, they are a business that generate a lot of cash. If you look at operating profit and net profit as a percentage of revenues, they have high margin. They generate a lot of cash. So I expect them to continue in that vein. And I hope that they do a rights issue, because I know they had they had gone into an investment with JMB And that shows me that the management is confident that the business can continue generating cash.
What's the
So
investment?
I'm not even sure. That is the one thing that I had asked, that if they had given us some insight as to what that investment is. Because I actually, when I saw it, I was saying, I would hope that they had gone back to that Dominican company that they bought the 30% stake from in the cement business, and sort of buy us, and sort of buy a stake over there. But I said, that is what I was hoping for. But I don't know. They could have tried that.
Why would they have done that when they have buying house here in Jamaica?
Buying house.
Right. They are buying house.
The market is here in Jamaica.
And the market is here. And Montego Bay, I know they still start the perimeter fencing business down there. So I expect them to get business, especially from subcontractors who will be using equipment that cargo handlers rents and maintains, and along with the cement business. So, and all the hotels going up and the cruise ship is, they're just setting up to do great things. And as I said, but the stock trades in a funny way. It will go to $8 and then drop back down to $6.91. And each time it drops down, I just set in my bucket, catch it, and it traded as $12. I think it's about $11.50 now, but
it is. So at least that's what we're seeing thanks to my money J.
Yeah, it is a great opportunity for somebody to take up a position when it was being offered or being given away in my estimate.
Oh, it's still for sale. It's just for sale at a higher price.
It is still for sale.
Mm-hmm.
Can I pick another one, Randy?
Yeah, but I want you to pause 1 second. Because people won't be able to hear. So hold on 1 second. Danhai, you hear how far him gone with this play now? Boy. All right. Hold on 1 sec for me, people. No, man. Mm-hmm. Hold on 1 sec for me. And guys, once again, just hold on while I sort out the technical defeat. You can't hear me at all. This the people on Twitter can't hear me. Hold on. All right, sorry about that, people. Ooh. Sorry, getting a really heavy echo on my side. And I just want to be sure that it's going fine before we start talking, because I won't be able to talk with the echo. Danhai, can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's actually repeating. Sorry about this, guys. This is how it goes when you have to play both roles. And it is never, you can't do it privately. We'll be back in 1 minute, guys. Hold on for me. Okay, test. Can you guys hear me? All right. But the people on YouTube cannot hear you guys in the space. So if you give me 1 more second, we should be good. All right. The people on YouTube should be able to hear and see all of us now. Sorry about the difficulties just now. And Alric, go ahead. Let me just see if everybody in the chat can hear you.
All right. So, okay. Yeah, the other stock that I was looking at, that I wanted to talk about is the Jamaica Stock Exchange.
The JSE
think
itself, okay?
JSE, right. I think there'll be lots of trading activity this year. I think there'll be lots of new people coming in, a lot of trading, and I know they'll be earning a lot of fees. Not one of the stocks that you will get explosive growth from, probably, as I said, probably. But their numbers should improve going into the between now and September, along with new listings coming in. Yeah. I'm just watching them for now. but it will be interesting. It will be interesting to see what 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 the numbers look like further down in the year.
Oh, we're not interested in take some bets, Alric. What that mean?
No,
What
I'm quite positive that the numbers are going to improve this year.
what that mean? Let's talk real talk. What that mean? The numbers will improve. What that really mean?
See, with increased trading activity, they will be earning. Yeah, their profits and revenues should increase.
Okay, so you expect JC as a company to make more money this year? That's what you
To
say.
make more money, yes.
All right, yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that. That's actually
I can see.
sense.
Really strongly.
I sense. I'll give you this. I think looking at the monthly, I don't have it up in front of me, but I think looking at the last few months, the year to date numbers from JC, trading, especially on the junior market this year, has been extremely strong. I think it's over. I don't want to hazard a guess, but extremely strong.
Yeah, and it's gonna get stronger. And unless something really material and significant comes into play.
Yeah.
Like what? What could happen that could cause something like that to stop the flow of good?
Coronavirus coming back and shutting down the economy.
We're done with COVID. Or if it come back, we're done with COVID.
All right. Yeah, I don't think it's got the same.
I could be wrong. Let me be careful.
You could be wrong, but it probably won't have the same shock and awe as it did in 2020.
Yeah, I think we just don't care anymore.
Accustomed to living with it.
Yeah, honestly, I think we just
don't
don't
come
care
back to a different level. We have to go back to our properly. Yeah, I think we're fine for the most part.
Yeah,
but China is definitely. You have to watch it because so much goes through there.
Yeah,
and I know that.
Yeah, that China point that Danhai made is major. It has seemed very like they've been locked down, right? And they seem very scared. But for me, I think people have to literally drop in front of it. People have to, like, if I have a new variant come, it have to be a serious variant where people see it, because like I saw a headline that I think is it Canada or one of them countries, or Australia, where they dropped all of their restrictions, and then like 2 weeks later or a week later they had to bring back their restrictions. Yeah, I don't think that the Right Honorable Bro God can do that. That it can't bring back. It can't bring back.
Yeah. And Randy, I think that because of what is happening in the States, especially persons who have exposure to the United States equities, those persons may be inclined to actually either kind of cool off in US equities. So you may see those persons probably quite likely coming back into the local markets and giving it even more boost.
When you say cool off,
was there a flight?
Yeah.
Persons may realign the portfolio, or they just hold cash in US until the dust settles, and those same persons may come into the local market now and even increase trading or rebalance the portfolio to include more local equities.
Alric. Yeah.
It sounds like you know of people. Are you talking about yourself to some degree?
No. Well,
I expect to be doing that.
A few persons I know who are thinking of it, and some who are doing it. My portfolio overseas is not really affected by this, but
Alric, full of money, brother.
No, that's true.
You can also tell Alric is very industry, because he says realign their portfolio in the US and Alric, we don't talk like that on this show. Brother, just say some people are bring their money local, because them realize the US market have beat them for months now. Right? Just admit it.
Cool. All right. Yeah.
So you not bringing your portfolio local?
No,
not the
I'm
weekend,
holding. I'm actually holding cash. I don't hold. I'm not. I don't have a lot of exposure to too much equities overseas. I'm just holding 2 equities and most of it in cash, right?
2
So,
equities. Which 2? Bust the people them. Which 2? If you say 2, I'll say 2.
all right. I have Marvel Technologies and Microsoft.
Okay. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I have Amazon and Apple.
Okay. Okay.
I really do. I really do. Yo,
Yeah.
I meant to say, I keep hesitating to say this for a few weeks now because the conversation never really gets around to it properly. And I think thank you very much, by the way, Alric. We've had our guest waiting for a long time now. I don't want him to get too cold. So we're going to jump over to him. And Alric, I mean, of
No
course, we're going
problem.
to jump back on later. There'll be a lot of stuff to talk about. So we're
Yeah,
going to
man.
jump
Yeah,
back on
man.
later. But I said this before
All right, cool.
we get going. And just to support your point, Alric, by the way, I don't want to miss a few things. Like what people be seeing, the people watching on YouTube now, is the volume for trades on the JSE. What you're seeing here is the main market trades from the start of the year.
Since the year, crazy, man. Good.
Yeah.
Both and the junior market, main market, for them shooting.
Yeah.
3.6
January, more than
billion.
double.
Yeah, 3.6 billion in terms of trading value up to the end of February in 2022, right? And for context, well, overall then, so to the end of February, so I was incorrect there, to the end of February is actually 6.3 billion. 6.3 billion worth of trades just between January and February. And remember that we had IPOs in March, and that's just the main market I'm talking about there. That's roughly 10% of all of last year happened this year in the first 2 months, right? That's for the main market. For the junior market, again to the end of February, 2.1 billion in value, right? 2.1 billion in value. And that's compared to the whole of last year, it was 7.1 billion. But the entire last year was 7.1 billion. So almost 30% of last year's entire value happened between January and February. And remember, we had IPOs that listed in March. So to support your point about the JSE, that's one of the stocks that back from in the early earnings season, podcast days, Danhai and I always talk about that. Yo, JSE is one of those stocks. It is one of the most easily trackable companies on the market because you can tell what their profits are going to be to a very, very, very close degree. They're not just their profits, I should say their revenue, and you can estimate their profits to a very close degree. Long before any results are out. It's one of the best companies in my view. If somebody's, I don't want to wade into this, but if you are into the fundamentals, you can follow the fundamentals of this company very, very early. So, yeah, but of course, the stock itself, the stock itself tends to be very lame in my non-technical terms, very, very lame. So I'll tell you my personal strategy. I'll give one thing to yours so kind, and the people are so kind to bear with us through these little difficulties. I pretty much, I'm waiting for the right moment to jump in. Now that's Randy would waste time, and I can time the market. Now, if you don't want to do timing of the market, you can go sit down in JSE and wait until at some point it must blow up. That's my personal view. But this does what JMB used to do a couple of years ago. Fluctuate between $15 and $17, $15 and $17, $15 and $17 all the time, right?
And then finally broke it, big deal.
Yeah, and yo, if you're truly a long-term investor, if you remember when we're talking about the DCA effect, if you have held JSE since it IPO'd and you DCA'd it, your return, you get more in dividends than you have put in terms of DCA. And if you have put money back into that company, so if you have actually reinvested those dividends, you would have gotten a crap load of money. Let's say for the people who save, remember, I'm definitely not doing stock advice. This is definitely not an advisory show. There's no advice given here. But let's say you are somebody who you save 50 grand every month, and instead of saving 50 grand every month from, let's say, 2013, I think, or 2018 is when When the
Then
JSC
the
list?
13.
All right, let's do
We'll do January.
2013.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this tool is on my money JA, the DCA calculator. So let's assume 2% fees. You can go there, you can check it out for yourself. You can see what it would be if you had been doing 50 grand every month in JSC since it IPO'd. You would have invested $5.1 million so far. That's 50 grand every month if you had put it in there. But you would actually have $57.3 million. No joke. And you'd have gotten $6 million in dividends. So you'd have gotten more in dividends than you have actually put into the company. And that's considering a 2% brokerage fee also. And the dividends are not reinvested. If you had reinvested those dividends, you'd have even more. So
yeah, if you reinvest the dividends, it's not a doubling. It's way more.
yeah,
I don't know if people
exponentially
get it.
huge.
It's not okay if you put in no, because those dividends get paid more dividends. Those dividends buy more shares every single time. It keeps rolling over.
Yeah, man. If you're
serious about your money.
Yeah, man. If you're truly into long-term investing, if you have like for me, my personal thing, JC is like a pension stock in my view. So as long as the market exists and the market continues to do what it does, people who own JC are gonna make some bank. So that's one of the little hidden ones that I don't talk about too much, but I love it. So good point bringing that up, Alric. Thank you very much.
And Randy,
yeah,
you know, sometimes a stock or a company can be quite stagnant or appear to be stagnant. And I remember many years ago when I used to work at Lascelles Mercado, and and the company was listed, and the McConnells were being forced to pay dividends, and it just wasn't moving. And the man said, "I'm building the business, you know," and it just exploded after a while. But
which stock was that?
Lascelles Mercado. Yeah. One of my favorites, even though that's where I spend most of my working life. So I may have bias there, you know.
Okay, I get you. That
So
of course with
it can be dormant for a while, and then based on fundamentals and market dynamics, can just move. Especially if and I take another example. Last time, seems dormant, but if they find one product that is half as good as I could, they could just shut up out of nowhere. So sometimes you look at stock and it may not be as one of those young, hippie, sexy companies, but it may have some sexiness hidden underneath. So just waiting to be unearthed. So as I say, you know, many opportunities in the market. Look closely and you'll find it. All right.
Yeah, man. Cool. Well, you know, I'm always there. All right. I don't want to bring in our guest.
I'm leaving now.
No problem. I don't want to bring in a guest. Thank you very much, Alric. I don't want to bring in the guest until Danhai is back. So I will take a next person. I think the next person in line was Ash. How are you, Ash?
Hey, young people. I'm doing all right. I want to talk about a recent development. I have been under the rock this week, but I surfaced a few times. The data outage that ceased trading of our lovely learn stock. I think it's a good lesson to new investors and maybe some seasoned, stubborn people like myself who are very loyal to one brokerage and at a point in time use the one brokerage account. I would implore people have as many brokerage accounts as you like. Make sure that they're serving you, particularly those that use a particular trading platform that has stood the test of time and clearly has excellent data providers. Your favorite platform, Randy?
Well, yeah. So you've done grow. So you've heard me speak about trading platforms and at Grow, I go into the brokers and I explain which ones I like and why I like them. I don't like to give out too much of the entire Grow talk at Brick Talk, which I seem to be doing more and more these days. But I will, for your point that you just mentioned there, Ashley, I will say that one of the things I say openly is that JTrader is the best trading system in Jamaica currently. In Jamaica, we're very tribal. We love to assume we'll grab one thing, we'll stick to it, we're loyal forever, even if the thing don't serve us. And then we assume that if somebody else speaks about anything opposed to it, that they have like a ill intent or whatever. Me, I'm not paid by any broker. In fact, I think the broker you're hinting at is probably the last broker that has done some work with me. And I don't usually get work with brokers, so I'm always thankful for them when they do it. But I tell people all the time that these are for-profit companies. They don't love you. They don't give a damn about you. They don't care about you. And so you should always make the best decision for yourself. And when I say that JTrader is the best platform, it is not because like the JSC as a company, I'm not under the impression that they love me very much either. But even though I've been very good for and to them, but their trading system is the best trading system bar none. I say it without fear or favor. It is the best thing that the JSC has done in years. The JTrader trading system. It is the best trading system. And I think, yeah, this week was a week where it really showed itself. Where we had 2 IPOs, and on the first day of EduFocal, a hotly anticipated one, and on which would be the second day of JFP, which is also a hotly anticipated one, the largest retail base in Jamaica was out. So that really cramped a whole heap of people. I mean, I saw the tweets, I got the DMs. My God, we should be happy Danhai not here to tell you about it, because if I get the DMs, I'm sure Danhai gets some wicked DMs also, right? The complaints, I get a lot of brokerage complaints all the time. And on that day, man, I think a lot of people got hit. And going into the technicalities of how especially hotly anticipated IPOs are done now, you see the importance of a trading system like JTrader. And JTrader is from the JSE, so it is the JSE's trading system itself, right? There's no better system than that one from the JSE, coming directly from the JSE. So I don't say it out of any great loyalty. I'm definitely not being paid. If you have a brokerage house and you want me to say that you have the best system, randy@everymickle.com. I can be bought. Cut that check, and I will lie to the people for you. Or I will help you. I'll help you and give you tips on how to really have a really.
You help them become the best brokerage.
Unquestionably, I don't know if you know, but I'm associated with My Money JA, which is easily, it is so good that every single day somebody say, yo, why can't we trade? I would love if we could trade using My Money JA, because everything on it is set up so wonderfully that I'd love if we could trade. I'd love if you could do it too, but I'm not a broker. We're not a brokerage company. We're considered a market complement company, right? But we're not we're not actually on the market. So JTrader has shown itself, and this week I think was a proven week. And by the way, like you heard Ashley say a while ago, there is no there's nothing that stops you from having more than one brokerage account, right? Have the one for the broker that you love, and have the one that works for you too. Deal with it like Jamaican women deal with men.
You know, and the other thing that, well, I guess it depends on the woman.
Yes, Jamaica.
Oh I rescind that. I'm joking. I do not mean it. I don't want to get cancelled, but I know I see a whole heap of things this week. So that everybody get free up and know the side man and the main man gonna buck up a yard. And it's bare women I see tweeting it. So I'm just going off that energy. But yeah, when it comes to brokerage houses, have as many as you please. I say be loyal to your money. Don't be loyal to any company. And I think this week, so I don't know if you caught that, Danhai, but Ashley was saying that this week is a week that really showed the importance of JTrader. I'm paraphrasing here, Ashley.
No. You captured it.
Yeah.
And just like bank accounts, have more than one.
Yeah, that's true. 100%
Well,
true.
actually, it's like in practice, like I said before.
Yeah, man, because I'm not afraid if my service provider not deal with me, you're not afraid to close a bank account or just say, yo, give me all my money and I move to somebody else. Remember, Danhai, we're not in a marriage, we're dating. And if the dating thing now work out proper, on to the next. So date your brokerages, be loyal to your money. That was my 2 cents to fill this space. But
That is
yeah,
a
you know,
wonderful,
Where's a whole dollar?
wonderful 2 cents.
A whole dollar.
so date responsibly, everybody. And always look out for yourself.
Yeah, I love that one. I love that one. I love that one. All right. I think we've delayed long enough, so I really want to bring in our guest, the man of the moment himself, but I'm not seeing a speaking request from him. I do want to bring him in though, so if you give me one moment, I think there might just be a delay on my side. And in the meantime, Danhai, what out of the popular stocks have you enjoyed this week?
EduFocal. Sorry.
Oh, so I mean, we're definitely going to touch that as soon as Swaby gets in here. We're going to touch that.
Yeah, man. Nice money made. Love that. Trainer did me rough though. Trying to get.
Right.
I've been trying.
Yeah. I can understand that. All right, so we'll be in a moment.
Good money made and what I have so far.
Sorry, so we'll be in a moment, and while he's just grabbing his phone and the charger. But yeah, let's talk about that in the meantime. I know a lot of people have been going on and on and on. About I don't know if I want to touch
reason you're
that
breaking up for me. I'm not hearing at all. No.
Oh, I hope it's nothing too heavy. Are you hearing me? Anybody else not hearing me in the space? You hear me
I'm
fine?
checking if it's me.
All right. Well, in the meantime, I'll take some of those YouTube.
Hearing you fine.
Okay, I think it might be you, Danhai.
It sounds choppy.
Okay, well, Duffy, I was going to bring you in, but before I bring in, I know you guys have a long question. Let me take some of the stuff that people are saying on YouTube. Somebody's saying that are all the trades and queues submitted, like the stuff that you see on both systems, are they equal? As far as I know, they are equal, but I have seen delays between the two, which is why you hear me talk about JTrader being so good, because JTrader is the system from JSC. Everything else kind of feeds into or feeds from that. Yeah, and to be clear, I'm not knocking any system. I say it openly. I started using Moneyline years ago. When Moneyline started, I think 2014 or earlier, or I don't know. Moneyline is mad.
Your Moneyline starts same time.
But no, as in no joke. Well, I started paying attention to it before. I started trading, investing from before. But when JMMB was the first to come with a system like that, as far as I know, online system with Moneyline, and that it was great for me because I've had the same thing from then till now. The most ideal trading experience for me is one that does not involve me having to talk to anybody.
Oh, think of it when we just discovered JTrader. There wasn't thing there. Again, like Moneyline was the thing to trade. Like JTrader was sitting there being better, and nobody knew about it. There was a little backups thing we get from work, set on it, and then thing that too. But when we started the earnings season, I'm sure a lot of people using JTrader now because we're talking about it then. Because think how much people were using JTrader at that time, 2019.
Yeah, it was very low.
It was not
very low. Yeah.
Very low. Yeah. To see Q's looking at this, I know that's JTrader.
Oh yeah.
The fact because just looking at it. Nope. I was just looking back and said 2017 when we were looking at the Q's and we were the only ones doing it. So we're looking at the Q's. It was like an advantage because
hell of an
people
advantage.
Trading. People are using the JSC stock to see what trader are ready to get something in the queue. JTraders had it there. Yeah. So and just getting into an IPO was much easier. Getting in the early days on IPO much easier because You could actually accuse them making decisions around that, and nobody else was doing it with you. Now we see what we see what's happening, right? Big competition. Everybody wants the shares, so everybody fight for the shares.
Yeah. The market has completely changed from them days. I think about what the market was when I started, and what the market is now, and how completely different it is if you look at it holistically. I think about the market 3 years ago, and now I think about the market pre-Wigton and now. So pre-Wigton, Wigton time, and then you also even pre-COVID time, and what the market is today in 2022, completely different from what it was.
Oh, yes.
What it was back then.
That's a thought of thing there. And again, just thinking on that, like what the market going to be next year and the year after, and you kind of have to see it take shape, and you have to start move with it because it will leave you.
Yeah. No, go ahead, Danhai.
No, if we didn't have, I was thinking about how we set up certain plays last year, and it definitely had to be, boy, this is where the market is, and exactly how a lot of the plays last year. Just the conversation around it and how exactly we go through it. It's if we didn't make a step in a certain direction around how the market has shifted between now and between 2021 and 2020, it would be a very different thing.
Yeah, man. You have to, and this is maybe not maybe a beginner point, more for the people who are more seasoned and take the market seriously. What Danhai is saying is a real thing. You have to account for the change in the market. I tweeted it some months back, and I still believe it. This is the rise of the retail investor.
Oh,
retail investor.
I was seeing it. We are seeing it.
100%. The retail investor is meeting and matching and defining the market heavily. You know,
houses can have an opportunity to be so smart right now. Not even a small amount of smart and get a lot of money on the back of that just because of the direction the market is. Just position your products in the right way, and you'll be fine. Boy.
Yeah, and that's why it was such a big deal when the outage happened this week, because the truth is,
JMB still
still has the retail. They're still heavy on the retail.
Just lock out a bag of people to the market. That's impact. Terrible.
Yeah, it is something that you consistently have to consider if you're serious about the market. The impact of retail investors, and it's only getting stronger. People coming in, and I'm happy for that. I'm so happy. I'm proud. I'm happy every time people tell me, say, "Oh, them just start, or them help pay off something, or them manage." I think I see somebody tweet something, say, "Yo, them." I saw a tweet today that I'll use to bring in our man of the moment, the guest himself, the one and only Gordon Swaby, who you guys on YouTube should be seeing. Gordon, how are you doing? If you're talking to us, Gordon, you have to throw in the earpods and talk to us on the Twitter space. So,
oh, you hear me now?
Oh, we're hearing you fine, Gordon. What's up?
I'm tired. I'm good. I'm tired.
I can imagine you've been busy making people money, boy.
I hope so.
Man of the moment. Man of the moment. Congrats. For anybody watching that's not, let me introduce him properly. Oh, so I guess I'll have to feedback. So you have been going on speaker?
Wait. Go ahead. No, sorry. Accidentally unmuted.
Okay. All right. So Gordon is co-founder and CEO of EduFocal. Is it EduFocal Jamaica Limited, Gordon?
EduFocal Limited.
EduFocal Limited, it is Jamaican, but he's not limiting himself just to Jamaica. And the company, the latest international, like the meat in my mother fridge. All right, yeah. So the latest company to list on the JSC, under ticker Learn, and I think today's biggest trader, certainly today's biggest percentage gainer, and it is up. Yeah, it is currently up. Gordon, let me ask you early out if you know your share price, because I like to tell people all the time that a lot of companies are run by people who don't care about their share price, but I don't think Swaby is one of them.
$3.05.
$3.05, right? And the last trade was 307, and the reference price is 307, and it has been a hell of a week. That means that anybody who got into this IPO, the people who are the initial investors in EduFocal Limited from IPO, I mean, when I say initial there, those people are up 305% on their money. What does it feel like being rich, Survey?
You know, I heard something once, Randy, that said that the departure from poor to middle class is far more compelling than the departure from, I'm not using the word departure. The moving from, destitution, poverty to middle class, which, by the way, is far easier than moving to middle class to rich. It's not as compelling moving from middle class to rich. And I mean, I never grew up poor. I didn't grow up rich, but I didn't grow up poor. So, at the listing ceremony on Tuesday, the listing ceremony started at 9. It ended at about 10:30, and I rushed home for 11 o'clock meeting with the Ministry of Education. So, and I've been working since. So, I mean, I don't feel any different. I really don't. I don't know. Don't feel any different to me.
All right, yeah, you don't make a change, and
another, Andy, the question that everybody asks, the newly rich, going to be a first rich person, sir. Where you buying with the money?
I've been trying to buy EduFocal shares actually.
Good of that one there.
I've not been successful actually until today. So I've sent my disclosure today to the JSC. So I imagine that will be posted next week. But yeah, I wasn't successful until today. But I mean, to be honest with you, I actually haven't been focused on that. I'm just focused on delivering a solid Q1. I was having a conversation with my wife, and I said to her that value is perceived and value is real, right? And sometimes it's just perceived, and sometimes it's real. But for me, the real thing is when value is perceived and it is real and it is communicated, right? So at the end of the day, if we are not delivering value to our shareholders, then all of this is fleeting. It's a passing thing. So that's important to me. And I say to people all the time, my biggest asset is EduFocal, right? I'm not all in on real estate. I'm not all in on anything else. And if I've been doing this since November 19, 2010, is when it was registered, and I was 19 years old, just turned 20. It clearly means that it's very important to me and about more than money, So yeah. So yeah, it's great. I mean, great to log into the mymoneyja.com portfolio and look at the share price.
Oh, you're a happy user.
I'm a heavy MyMoneyJA user, But yeah, I mean, I'm focused on work, to be honest with you, as I've always been. And I think I've been doing it so long that it feels normal. So like, I've not even gone out, by the way, and celebrated. I've been home since Tuesday. I've been home with my wife and my son, just working. Yeah.
I respect that. Yo, I'll tell you this. As somebody who knows you, and for anybody who knows, I've known Gordon for too long, too many years. God and I don't think this is where we met, but I know we have a strong link coming from a stats class. Both of us were flunking a stats class at UTech years ago.
Yeah. That's a great story. So Ryan and I used to go to UTech together, and we dropped out of UTech together, and there was so we're doing computer science, by the way. Oh, FYI, to this day, I don't have math in CSEC.
Jaja.
And I got into UTech, but yeah, we used to have this. And for anybody who went to UTech, you kind of know the setup is. So there's I'm not sure if it's like that anymore, but they used to keep stats classes over to close to where the field is, right? So you'd go around that little side, and an Indian man was teaching us stats, and I really and genuinely wasn't understanding what he was saying.
Damit Wikramanayake. Big up Damit if you're listening.
Yeah, but it wasn't clicking. It wasn't clicking at all. Again, has nothing to do with him being Indian, obviously. But I'm just saying I didn't understand what he was saying. And I mean, I've largely always struggled, you know, with maths. Which is a whole other conversation, by the way, because
That's a very
Randy, you
common
know,
thing in Jamaica too.
yeah, Randy, you know, people, you know, joke about ADHD. You know, I don't think people
Yes.
should joke. It's hit, right? But anyway, yeah.
Very, very real thing. So that's where we made the link. And I don't know if that link we've been up, down over the years, but it's always been a very, 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 very good
No,
link.
man, I
That's
met you
what.
before you tech, man. What are you talking about?
No, we knew each other before UTech. That's what I say. But that stats class always stand out to me because I don't know why, for some reason, it was linking both of us for 6. I was going to work and doing school in the evening. Swaby was working and hustling. When I say hustling, I mean, he has always had something going. And I think that is that's the point why I brought it up, because if it's one thing I know he does is that he will work and work and work and work. You point him in a direction and it's like a rocket. He's going to keep going. You cannot stop him. And I think that has been a great part of the story of EduFocal's build up. So of course, you've seen the stories. I've seen all the interviews. If you read the prospectus, you get a good part of the story also. But for me, and I'll finally touch the prospectus because I didn't do any of this before IPO. Doing it now, if you do the prospectus, for me, I'll say that what it has been is a story of how a Jamaican entrepreneur, a young Jamaican entrepreneur, can scale and overcome the challenges of doing business in Jamaica. My whole life I hear say, yo, money is the hardest thing to get. Access to capital is the hardest thing to get. This IPO for me is the culmination of a story of how a young entrepreneur in a difficult area, tech, locally, difficult area, how he has managed to overcome the challenges, especially the challenges of access to capital. And that's one of the things, Gordon, that in our private conversations, I've always spoken about that you know how to get to the money one way or another.
Yeah, I mean, what a lot of people don't realize, Randy, is that the money that we've raised in the IPO, I raised privately last year. I mean, in a matter of months. I mean, so if you look at the raise would have had last year, the $50 million that would have raised with Kevin Donaldson, and then the $50 million pref share. Other loans would have raised more than the IPO money in 2021. So the challenge is never raising the money. You know, it's the terms that you raise the money on, and if it is a good fit for us based on where we are. So yeah, I mean, to be frank, the IPO raise was a small raise for us. It's not the money per se, what being a listed company can do. And I think it's an interesting situation for me because I'm kind of on both sides now, where, you know, I've always been big on equities because of you. So my love for equities, so big up you. It's a new thing for me, right? So I remember learning so many things. I remember when you told me about JTrader. I feel like I was having a conversation and kind of describing to you what I wanted. Like, yo, why do I have to go through the broker to why do I have to go through the broker to get this thing done? And he said, yo, have you signed up to JTrader? I'm like, well, what's that? You know, and that was like 5-6 years ago, you know. But like you were the one who told me what margins were and explained the concept of margins to me, and I could go on and on, right? Always been a retail.
Oh, feel free to go on and on. Feel free.
So I've always been a retail
investor.
And now I'm on the other side. So that's interesting.
Yeah, and for me, anybody who's on me, especially the grower people, the grower guys, especially listening now, big up them. They know how much importance I put on the difference it makes when a company is run by somebody who is aware of the market, pays attention to the market, and pretty much cares about not just, I'm sure all of these companies will tell you that they care about the shareholders, and I'm not saying that they don't care about the shareholders, but it's real when it's somebody who coming in who was also a retail investor like you, running their own ship, and they've gotten to the point of listing. It makes a world of difference. And to see him utilize that advantage to help manage some of the debt, change the debt, because the debt situation now has shifted completely for EduFocal, right? That situation has you have access to the markets, access to money. The IPO allowed you to pay off a lot of those heavy loans that you had, right? You had
Absolutely.
some wicked interest rate, if memory serves me.
Yeah, but I wanted to go back a little bit, Randy, and talk about shareholders, and let me explain what I mean. So in about 2016, 2017, a man by the name of David Walcott, bright guy, Rhodes Scholar, just came back to Jamaica from Oxford. I was introduced to him by another friend of mine named Kirk Anthony Hamilton. Around that time, trying to raise some money, and I wasn't getting anywhere. And we got an offer from an entity that I will not name, and they wanted I remember the exact amount, but it was like 100,000 US for like 30% of the company. It was some ridiculous number, right? And I spent almost 7 months like trying to get that deal, right? And then I think it was close to the end of the year. I remember it was very clear in my mind. I remember so don't hold me to the year or whatever like that. But like we cash, right? And Mark is you don't take the deal. And then I'm like, yo, what you mean? I'm gonna cut him off about 3-4 months because like I didn't take about it. You would need the money. But if we took that money, there would be no EduFocal, if you get what I'm saying. Because I mean, for us,
different story,
right? Didn't take the deal, but we got Mark Gill for that. I mean, like I can think specific moments in the company's history where if I made that bad decision, so having sound judgment is important, and having people around you that can give you advice is super important. They say that it's lonely at the top, and I do think it is. And what I mean by that is I have a lot of people in my ear telling me different things, but ultimately, I have the decision as CEO, right?
Yep.
My responsibility. But anyway, didn't take the money. And David and I and Kirk were sitting in their apartment one afternoon, and we're all talking, and Kirk said, yo, David, you should invest. And Kirk was going to invest at the time, but there were some other things going on, so he didn't get to invest at that time. And David put in him 5,000 US. He wanted to put 10, but we never have the 10. And there was no agreement, there was no shareholder agreement in putting in $5,000. And over the years, I would have had different people that would have invested. And I kept an Excel spreadsheet, and there were people who invested who didn't even remember. But I'm saying all of that to say that if somebody gives me their money, I take it with I mean, it's a serious thing. Like earning a dollar is hard work. So obviously contracts are important and all that stuff. And I mean, again, I've learned so much. Maintaining your cap table and all of that stuff, super important. It makes life way easier in the long run. But I had no written agreement with David, but it was important for me to honor that obligation because that's exactly what it was. He gave me his money, and it was important that I followed through on my obligation, right? Similarly with Maxwell Jardim, who was a director of EduFocal for years, wired me $10,000. He never remember about it. Like actually, this was me and Max having a conversation. Oh, you're still hearing me, right?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you fine. We're hearing you fine.
Max and I were having a conversation. Like, Max, you remember that you invested 10 grand like 5 years ago, right? I'm like, no, bro. I'm like, yeah, man, you did. And so again, Chris Berry always talks to me about you need to have a philosophy around, who you are and what you do and why you do what you do, right? Otherwise, you're fighting all over the place. So for me, I look at it now as, I have 2,000 odd shareholders. If somebody has their 5 grand or their 10 grand into EduFocal, that's serious for me. And in fact, it gives me sometimes it kind of gives me a great sense of anger because, like, I don't want nobody lose their money. I want everybody to make money, which is why I'm not going to be running around telling people, yo, you need to buy EduFocal. At the end of the day, you talk to your licensed financial Danhai, and and you make ultimately that be a good fit for you. Maybe a good fit for you. It depends on where you are and what you want to accomplish, right? So, yeah, I'm not gonna hype up the stock. I believe very greatly in my company, you know, and I've had a lot of people who believed in me and believed in us. So, you know, if you take a bet on us and it works out, I'm very happy for you, and I feel good about that. And I think that the goodwill that we've developed over the years, we're seeing and reaping the rewards of that. You know? One of the things about it outside, so we started in 20, the first set of kids that used EduFocal are now adults, right? That's one, and I know that for a fact that a couple of them are investors in the company, right? So it has sentimental value for them, and that's one of the things. So one of the things that I wanted to do, but it turns out that it would have been a crap load of work, was I wanted schools to be shareholders in the company, which led me down a rabbit hole of Mark writing the FSC and asking them if public schools can own shares, and long story short, it turns out that they can't. No, individuals in the schools can. That's also a lot of work, right? Having a reserve pool, and it's a lot of work. So there are a couple of things that I've wanted to do that I've not been able to do yet, but I'm still working on a couple of things. But ultimately, it's important for me, for people who want to own a piece of EduFocal, to be able to own a piece. And I do take my responsibility as CEO, as director, as a shareholder very seriously. And I mean, I'll definitely be busting my ass to ensure that, you know, my shareholders can see positive return. I mean, I'm 31 years old. I'm in this for the long term. You know, I'm all in. So to be a company for a long time, you know, all things being equal, health, etc. I plan to run the company for as long as I can, and for as long as I can do it in terms of my competence, which by the way is a whole other conversation about me having to grow with EduFocal in terms of my own competence and leveling up, for want of a better phrase.
All right, but that's a good segue there, as you said, because now you've done one thing I loved in one of the things that one of the things that you said when after you listed was, you know, just seeing it was, I'm not getting the words right, but it's talking about the stages of it. A lot of people would look on the IPO as the end. They've done it, make it now, right? But you really spoke about it. I think you snatched that line from Jeff Bezos, day one.
No, it's absolutely. Yeah, man. So if you really think about it, in Randy, it actually is a brand new company. So when you become a public company, you actually get a new articles of incorporation, you know, that speaks to different things. It's a different phase of growth, and I think it was so symbolic for us to do it on our 10th anniversary, because I am not the person now I was at 21, right? Like I can't be. So there was a guy that was doing some accounting work for us, and I was having a conversation with him about 2 or 3 days ago, and he gave me the best compliment ever. Mr. Gordon, you're talking to me about accounting stuff, and you're just having a conversation about accounting. Like, I'm using accounting terms to him, right? Like, amortization, or you know what I mean? And I'm like, and I'm using it naturally, right? Because I've read a lot on IFRS, and I have a better understanding of it. No, right? So I'm like, yo, I'm so proud of you, because when I just met you, you know what I mean, you're not using any of these terms. You didn't have a good understanding of it. And by the way, that was like a year and a half ago.
Yeah,
so
you get a push. You get a a hell of a push, I think.
Yeah.
I hell of a push. No, I don't want to take credit for that, but I'm going to have to. Anybody, again, the older listeners of earnings season would know. You hear Danhai say to me that, him joke about how I say I'm not an accountant, which I'm not. But I have had no choice but to know so much and learn so much about accounting, because it is it is the language of
the language.
Yeah, it's the language of business. It's how you pay attention to what's happening in business. And I remember talking to Gordon years before, and I talked to him, and after you hear me say, I tell him about stocks, I'm always that friend in the ear saying, what I think is the best, giving the best advice that I can give in the moment. And I remember telling that, yo, listen, what you need to do is you need to know this stuff, because you're going to be in rooms where this is being said, and it's like you're with the wolves, right? And the wolves will pick it up if you do not know. And one of the biggest things I see for hustlers, people out in business, is that they are afraid of their numbers. Them scared of
Run
them
from
numbers, and them don't know it.
Think of them our next man decided and make sure that they have a guy that they consider an expert on the numbers. And you can see the difference between them when the guy beside him isn't actually an expert on the numbers.
And they don't know.
Them not really up there, so they don't know. But
Exactly.
yeah. That happens to a lot of businessmen.
Hey, I'm by no means an expert, but I I can read my I can read my statement.
I understand the principles of it. They know exactly how to
Correct.
maneuver where you need to maneuver.
That's important. And the thing about that, is you don't get there overnight, right? It's a weird, not like knowledge acquisition is such a weird thing where, and I kind of tweeted about that today. That different, but sometimes you're kind of knocking away at something, you feel like you're not making any progress, and then one day you just kind of make a breakthrough. I mean, it's a euphoric feeling, right? I mean, it feels great. It's like you have this knowledge overnight when really it's not. So there's this thing called the knowledge curse where you'll be talking to people about something and they think that, or you think that it's a normal thing and easy to understand.
Yes.
But they're not receiving what you're saying in the same way, right? So knowledge is so powerful, which obviously is the business that we're in.
Yeah, and I'll say it as somebody external looking in, like you've grown heavily in it because you know the stuff. You him know him numbers, him know him company, him understand it, and I think you have now a better grasp of it's like you mentioned the knowledge. You get the grasp. I forgot the name of the curve, but know what you don't know, and you know that there are things you don't know, but you know the areas in which they are, and that is I think one of the biggest things that any younger CEO, or you don't mind younger or older, anybody who is trying to build their business up and looking for places in which they can win, that makes a hell of a win. Just looking at your numbers, and I know it's scary, but that the fact that it's scary is that subconscious telling you that it's important, and you need to get into it. You need to know it.
There's a reason you feel the need to shy away from.
Yeah, man.
And you know what a superpower to Randy? Reading.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
it's almost magical. Like,
so I'll give you an example. I actually enjoy reading the JC rulebook.
Me too, but you sound like a nerd when you say it. Yeah.
And I generally get excited about it, right? So I use this app on my iPad called PDF Expert. And when you annotate stuff, you can see the summarization of what you've annotated, right? And then I use this called Readwise, which surfaces information that you've read through Kindle and other places. But my point is, you'll obviously never read it. So the JC rulebook is not something you read in one go, or at least not for me. It's almost like a dance, right? Where you're going in, you're discovering, and you're jumping back out, and you're jumping back in again. It's like a relationship, right? I mean, I sound so nerdy talking about this, but
it's a show fight. Don't worry, that's why we don't break talk.
I enjoy the process, and I mean, I don't know if it's common for most CEOs of listed companies here in Jamaica to read the rule book, but one of the things that is actually very interesting to me is the definition of connected parties, and how that entire process works, by the way. But again, into that right now.
The definition line, going down the definition line. A lot of people have a lot of ideas about what something is based on what it sounds like. But almost every legal document tells you this is what the thing actually is. And you'll find a big gap in what people say it is versus what it actually is.
Yeah, I've come up with a way to deal with this issue of connected parties trading, which is effectively just requesting the daily trades from the JCSD and automating the entire process. You have a list of people who are connected parties. The document or the
hold on, Gordon. Don't give away the money. But your method is good. I know a guy. Don't worry. Your method is good. Don't give it away. I'm so sorry, people. I know you'd love to hear that, but I can't learn to give away the money.
No problem.
Yeah. But it's a problem that needs solving, and some of us have solved it quietly. So
yeah, man. So So last point, Randy, you know, there's one thing that you find, not you, but anybody, is typing a lot of email address here. So I am very big on optimization. Right?
Yeah, for
Like,
years, boy. Yeah.
my wife tell me that I love convenience. I'm like, absolutely, with no shame. I want to make my life convenient. Like, we're only here for a short time. You know, which means that we should be enjoying the time doing things that we want to
You
do.
actually want to do.
So I said to myself, I type my email address every single day because people are always asking me for it. How can I cut the time I spend typing Gordon at gordonswaby.com or Gordon at edufocal.com? And all I do is use the shortcut tool. What's it called?
Shortcuts
Name.
on Apple.
Yeah, no, it's not even shortcuts. It's just I don't remember. There's a term for it. But anyway, so when I need to write my email, I just type the @ sign twice, and it auto fills my across. By the way, it syncs across every iOS device. So if I'm here right now and I want to type my email address, so the point I'm making with that is same thing with the responsibilities that come with running a public company as a CEO. I have now gotten into this mode of I don't want to burden myself with the manual processes involved in good corporate governance, but it is very important to me.
Super
Corporate,
important, yeah.
super important. So I've now started asking myself, how can I optimize the things that are important, you know, with running a public company, you know, like disclosure, etc. So, but again, I guess I'm a nerd, right?
Well, you know what?
There's a reason those guys make money.
Yeah. I want to hear my CEO of a tech company saying that he's a nerd.
Talking like that. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear. The optimizing of things, and which is really what you've been bringing to the education space in Jamaica.
Yep.
So I'm giving you a lot of the easy softballs. I'm gonna hit you with one of the hard balls, and this is back for the people who are thinking this stuff before IPO. You know, how are you gonna handle it now that COVID is done and all you do is PEP? You know, so people, the reason I'm laughing, inside joke, right? If you don't grow, you know how important research is to me. Grow means grow rich with research, literally in the title, right? And PEP, EduFocal is the PEP company. There's no question in that. You guys are on top of the market when it comes to that. I think of you as synonymous with PEP. I think
you might end up helping Twitter based on the responses to the PEP questions.
True, but it was just my chance to annoy Gordon with it because while I've seen interviews or talk off air and it's always a joke. I'm like, why don't people see it? Why don't they understand the what's out there? I thought maybe even just the hint in the name, the ticker that was chosen, would have been more of a guidance for people. Learn. You notice it's not EduFocal, it's learn. It's synonymous now. EduFocal is, I think, going to be synonymous with, and I should call up my bias because I do own shares in it. But it's synonymous with learning. And PEP is one wonderful part. Gordon actually said something powerful earlier. I don't think people hear, the first cohort of EduFocal students are now adults, and some of them are shareholders. That is an amazing thing. That's
and
legacy.
In ceremony, Randy, Marlene Street Forest, who runs the
Dr. Marlene Street Forest,
came on stage and she said something very powerful. She said, what a lot of you may not know about my involvement with EduFocal is that my grandson used EduFocal, was a top member of EduFocal, and we still have the plaque in our house. Because before COVID, we had this thing called the EduFocal Excellence Awards at the Jamaica Pegasus, where 100 would come because they were the top students on the EduFocal platform. By the way, some of them, it was their first time coming to a hotel ever life, and we would give them plaques, right? No, that was because we're an online company, and a lot of the kids don't get to see each other any at all, but they interact with each other online, fighting for the #1 spot on the leaderboard, etc., etc., etc. Pegasus, they say, oh, you're John, or oh, you're whoever, and it's a big deal, right? So that was so powerful. And I mean, I never did it because I saw it as marketing. I did it because I thought it was important for there to be some kind of physical convergence of the online and the offline, which I've always been talking about. Now, what I found weird, Randy, is that a lot of the analysis that I saw, and I guess I really didn't look at a lot of it, but a lot of it was focused on what was in the prospectus. But we've been around 2012, and we've actually been a company that has been covered widely in the media since 2012 when we were launched. Now,
Heavy online footprint.
Yeah, in March 2020, maybe 4 days after our first case, there was an article in Loop where I said hybrid learning is important, and I see the future of learning in Jamaica in particular being both online, well, a combination of, right? So this concept of, schools are reopening now, and oh my God, EduFocal is going to crash and burn and die, not realizing that it's actually a great thing for us. It actually is in line with my philosophy around learning and how which again, going back to this concept of philosophy, right? Because you have to have something that is your North Star, your compass. Mine is, in a country like Jamaica, where you have 20-30% illiteracy levels and kids are leaving school every year, not being able to read and write well, but also us have no internet done. Some people have unstable electricity. You can't be talking about educating people in a developing country without using a hybrid approach. You have to. No. For me, and again, I guess this is me giving some stuff away, but every decision I make is centered around some of those, is thinking about those things, right? So there's that. The other part is, why do people? So I don't like complicated. I like when things are simple, easy. Why do people go to school? Simple. Whether adult, teenager, child.
To learn.
It is not necessarily for the pursuit of to learn, but why are they learning, Randy?
To being honest, being plain, do you know why I'm always playing? Practical. Forget a big work.
But that's my point. It is to get a job, right? So the obvious next step for any company, at least in my opinion, who is in education, is a cradle to grave approach. How can you take somebody from point A to point Z? Because you go on CaribbeanJobs.com right now, it's full of it. I mean, they're trying to hire. We're trying to hire. We're always hiring.
I'm trying to hire. Yeah.
Why is that, and where is that disconnect? And how can you take people the full way, leveraging data, leveraging technology? You know what I mean? You want to together. I mean, it's really clear what we're trying to do, right? That's my philosophy anyway. So
yes, you're really doing, as you say, not cradle to the grave, but literally, the idea is not just to get people to pass. EduFocal is truly about learning and seeing the effect of learning in your life, the thing that you're looking for.
Correct. No. Why did we start with PEP? Because it was the easiest thing to start with, and there's a lot of demand. It's a high stakes exam. It used to be known as GSAT, and before GSAT, it was known as common entrance. And then we could have a whole conversation about why, it is done and why we shouldn't do it. But the powers that be have it. It's there. We're trying to make that process easier. But we started with PEP because that was a good way to generate money. But really, just a small part of the bigger vision, which, you'd think it's easy, right? Like it's easy to solve that problem that I just articulated, but it's not. It actually is really hard to solve that problem.
Yeah, if it was easy, everybody would be doing it.
Everybody doing it, exactly.
So we can have, or rather, when we have certain breakthroughs, I mean, yeah, I mean, we're a newly listed company. It's early days yet. Around the stock right now is good and great, but I mean, I'm ignoring the noise, Randy, focusing on executing. I'm not high on my own supply. Like, I'm not on Twitter every day. Oh my God, people are buying EduFocal. No, I'm focused on work. I'm focused
Yeah.
on work. I was around before we were a listed company, right?
And you have to be, yeah, I'd be very, very worried if I saw you more focused on it,
Yes.
on what's,
It's
on what's
original.
happening with the share
Yeah.
price.
Doing what I was doing before, which is pushing and growing EduFocal, right?
Meanwhile, though,
So,
the market, no, sorry, finish your point. Finish your point.
oh, no, that's my point.
Yeah, so I say, meanwhile, the market is focused on trying to get EduFocal. Hot commodity. I am so happy I got, for the first time today, I managed to get an order in. And that order, as I was sharing in my girl subscribers group, the date on that order is the date and time, 7:30, not Monday, Tuesday, March 15th. 7:30 a.m. is when that order went in, and I just managed to get it today, right? The people ball in fight. I think it's a natural pull that people just really want it, and I am impressed by that. But I also know that you have some disgruntled people out there. But like I say, ignore the noise, focus, execute. Which is, by the way, I still think it's an amazing. I think that you come up with. I hope you copyright it in a way.
I haven't done so yet.
No man,
There's
copyright it,
a
man.
lot of this run to people, and there are people that didn't get in. There's I've gotten so much messages. I'm trying to buy Danhai. It's not really working out, boy.
Yeah.
It's like hot out of every single day.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no plans of selling. I'm holding. And I mean the 2,000 plus shareholders, I guess, based on what I'm seeing in the buy side of the queue, they're holding. But yeah, yes,
Yeah, 40 orders, 40 sell orders currently, and 790, and I don't know if this is correct, or 790 buy orders to buy. And I think Monday morning we're going to see a lot more. Yeah, it's just worth it. The company itself, though, I'm just extremely impressed. And like I keep hinting about that ticker. I will again give myself complete credit. I mean, Gordon and I had a long back and forth because I tell him, he's talking about it, and I said to him, say, listen, if it's one thing I'm definitely going to need you to do for this company, so when you list, you need to use the ticker learn. Right, I about 3 days, me and him ears with it, to explain to him, lay out the use case, show him the articles as to why it is, and how we're now 4 days into the listing garden. Has it grown on you?
No, I mean it's grown on me like grow. I mean, I love it. No man, I love it. I think it's a great, and I mean, as far as I know, it's the first time on the JC that a company has used a ticker that is not directly related to their name in terms of it's the first vanity ticker, as they call it, in the US.
Yeah, maybe the half. The first real one, I think maybe the closest we've had so far is it's not Creamy, Caribbean Cream Limited.
Oh, creamy, yes.
Yeah. So Caribbean Cream Limited, their most popular product is creamy ice cream, so they call themselves creamy. But in terms of this, it's not quite the same as EduFocal and Learn, because everybody gets it immediately. In fact, I'll tell you the funny thing. Let me tell you when I know it's sealed. The very first time I said it to Gordon, and this harks back to what you heard he said earlier, which is true, right? He has a bunch of people in his ear all the time. You expect that of somebody running a company. I think he has a nice circle of views that he can lean on. And so I'm always cognizant when I'm telling him something. My own ego gets in the way. I'm like, yo, if I put so much thought into this and I tell you something, I don't want to hear back and forth. But that's my ego, but he sensibly can't take that, and I wouldn't expect him to take it. And so him asks, why the hell should I not use EduFocal? And I say, well, think about it. Learning, synonymous, blah, blah, blah. And I gave him a couple of good pointers. I'm like, why would we call it that? And I think the exact sentence was why, something along the lines of, why would we say learn, or who wants to learn? I'm like, think about when in history anybody has ever said who wants to learn. And that's when I know it click. Because EduFocal being synonymous with learning is something that is powerful beyond belief. And you see it with Pep, But if you think about it, you see with everything, we all want to learn. I mean, I do grow. I know grow works when the people that do grow learn. Literally, it's. If I had any other learning company out there, I would be worried because this guy has just aligned himself and his company with learning right throughout the complete vertical, not just with PEP, not just with CXC, corporate
Imagine a
learning.
complementalist.
Yeah. It's something that I'm really proud of, and that sort of thinking, bring that sort of thinking to a company for me also shows a shift in the market. Because, like you said, Gordon, you're a tech company. I disagree with in the first tech company. No, in the big newspapers, whatever, I would say yes to the first tech company. I always say that JC is actually a tech company, but they don't really realize it yet. But EduFocal is a true tech, software as a service. And the responsibility of that then means that you're going to be the watermark for every other software as a service, every other service-based company that lists after this point. 4 days in, you're going to also show them how much pressure there is. How are you personally handling the pressure? And along with it, let me bring, because you mentioned your wife a couple of times, big up Kamisha. How are you and the family handling it? I like the pictures from the listing ceremony. It's almost like a birthday wedding listing.
I was just looking at them earlier, which is why I was tweeting them, because again, I genuinely did not get a chance to go. And we had some key things to do this week that we got done today. It's interesting, Randy. The biggest thing that happened to me today was not the share price. It was something that we've been working on that we closed on, and I'm very excited about it. And that's what made my day, right?
Is it something that you can say?
No, I can't talk about it yet, but I'm very excited about it. I mean, again, I'm a nerd, right? So I'm talking about it, and you can probably see the enthusiasm. No, man, I'm very, very excited about it. Very excited.
All right, and team, I would be remiss if I didn't big up your team here, including one of your long-standing employee, Bridget Paul from forever. I've known Paul longer than I've known Gordon. If you know how proud I am to see.
Co-founder, I wouldn't, I mean, not in that way, but yeah, Paul. I mean, even Paul and my story, Paul's story in terms of our history. Paul and I didn't get along for so many years. And the thing about it is that when we started to get along better, the company started growing faster. So dynamic is such an important thing. And Paul's personality is different from mine, right? Paul is not he's not a showman. I'm the showman in the company. I'm the sales guy. I'm the marketing guy. Paul is, so Paul always says to me, "You're always trying to sell, Gordon. Why are you always trying to sell?" I'm like, shit, well, I've been doing it for 10 years. It's like this rosy picture, Yeah. But anyway, no, I mean, we balance each other out, and it's extremely important. I also big up my, big up my chairman, Peter Levy, who I met on Twitter, by the way. I met Peter on Twitter over a decade ago, and I DM'd him. What's the phrase I'm using on Twitter? Them say I
slid into his DMs.
11, 12 years ago, and invited him out to coffee. And asked him to be my chair. Wow. And I've learned so.
No, go on, talk. I'm hearing you. I miss you though, but yeah.
You know that in the prospectus, he's the one in the suit and just like a button-up shirt, just chilling. Right, so he's either above or below me on that page. But all of that was deliberate, by the way. That's me, I'm very so. Quick sidebar: it really annoys me when the newspapers, etc., are writing about EduFocal and they use the logo in a very distorted way. It drives. And I wish they wouldn't. We actually have a guide we're releasing soon, just to showcase proper usage of our logo, etc., etc. And also when the EduFocal is written with a common F.
Yeah, that one I know. That one I know for years. He's always been big on it. EduFocal is capital EDU, capital F.
Yeah, it gives me a twitch, because I hate mediocrity, right? I hate, like, you have to stress the details. It's important because decay is not obvious and easily noticeable. It happens over time, right? It's like you're. So for me, it may not be big to most people, but it's very important, and it actually does have a psychological effect on him. So again, even our logo, I'm not sure if most people notice that the EduFocal logo is an E. It's actually an E. It forms an E, right? You know how much I paid for that logo? $10,000 in 2011. Crazy. But the company that I actually feel like those are a big part of our success, right? The colors, right? The colors were very deliberate. Purple and blue. Purple is royal, like all of that stuff. Like, so nice little resource for people is this thing called Igor's naming guide. Really, really impressive little guide that I read it, knowledge acquisition. Read through that thing, and it spoke about names and colors, and again, at this time I was like 19, but I still remember it. That's how profound it was on me. And just how impactful it was. But yeah, I digress.
No,
Yeah,
but
see,
it's a good, it's a good digression for you to go to, because what I like that a lot of people may not have realized is just how serious Swaby has always taken this thing, right? And always thinking way ahead. I remember years ago, our conversations, I used to tell him things that even as learning, I said to him, say, yo, the secret I think in getting these things right is you run the big company like it's a small company, you run a small company like it's a big company. And he's right. It's in the small things that failure happens, right? Failure is rarely ever just overnight,
yeah,
boom, everything drop.
Randy, right after we launched the company, I formed the board, and I used to go to board meetings reporting on 20,000 Jamaican dollars in revenue. Like
Yes.
me, to the board, yeah, man, this month we did $10,000, and it's pretty bad. But
But
make it work.
it set you up for the idea of dealing with and reporting to a board and reporting structures that were needed, which
No,
is why which is
it's a,
why
it's
I
a yeah, it's
go
a good
again.
exercise, CEO, where every month or however often you have board meetings, you sit up and you go through, you know, data stuff that you want to present to your board. And the board has always been important to me because they're not too close far. So you get a perspective that you wouldn't get from somebody who is far from the company.
Yeah, sorry, Danhai, your clicks coming through heavy. The movement heavy. Sorry,
Sorry.
Gordon. I'll ask you if you can just repeat that. You're saying that you're not. The beauty of the board is that you're not too far.
No, so I was saying that a board of directors is powerful because they are not too far removed or too close to the company. So the perspective that they give you is extremely valuable, right? Because it's kind of hard to take perspective. It's kind of hard to take advice from somebody who's far removed from the company, because they can say anything. Oh, why you don't just do that? Why you don't do this? Yeah, man. Well, I've thought about it, but it's not as simple as you think. It actually it requires it requires deliberate effort and planning. But it's very easy to say these things. It's very. I remember when people said to me, "But it's just a website, man. EduFocal is just a website. So why you just do that?" I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
and what I find interesting,
What's that?
this concept of edtech is so hard for a lot of people to understand, but they don't realize that, Duolingo is an edtech company. Masterclass. Everybody has seen those masterclass ads online. Masterclass is an edtech company. It just seems foreign to us because you see it as an international thing. You don't associate the name edtech with it, right?
I
Udemy. I
yeah.
could go on edtech companies.
And those are structured edtech companies. I have a grower course I talk about it every brick talk. It is literally edtech, and it started out face to face, and I'm definitely going to go back to one or two face to face events now that we're freed up. But for the last 2 years, it has been every month done
Yeah,
online. In fact, I'll go one step further. Sorry, I'll go one
it's an
step. Sorry, I'll go one step further, Gordon, and then I think your sound is a little choppy, so you might want to say that again. But one thing that I think
sorry.
for everybody that might actually get, in case you're wondering about and think you're not already there, how many of you have wondered how to do something or how something works, and you open YouTube and look it up and watch a video for it? That's edtech.
That's
It's
it. Like it is learning. Like literally, that is what you're doing. When
yeah.
you're looking for material, when you know when you're going as a program, you go on Stack Overflow to check something out. I mean, it's edtech, right? It is a it is a way. So here's what I tell people all the time. You know, they'll say, but information is online. So we have moved from the age of information, and what is becoming important are credible voices and curated information, right? So for me, Randy, I prefer talking to you about concepts that I don't understand relating to investing because one, I see you as a credible and trusted source, but two, it is very personalized, right? So it's not that I can't find information online, but also I'm very busy. The internet is a big place. I might end up in a space where I'm not sure if the information is accurate or not, or it may just be a personality thing. I prefer to have things delivered to me in a structured way. So if you think about EduFocal, I think a lot about how information is presented to our users, right? And of course, the quality of the information that is being presented, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, and I could go deep in that stuff, but yeah, it's super important. And I mean, I guess to be in the business that I'm in, you have to kind of sweat the small stuff.
Yeah. It makes a world of difference, and we're seeing the payoff of it now. So I'm happy to hear that. I feel like I want to pressure the people and with the pressure with the people and being you with something nice though. You hinted at it earlier that you about not getting through. When I say I didn't get any shares until today, you say it's kind of the same thing for you, right? So that means that you're in the queue fighting with us, trying to buy shares just along with us.
Every day, yeah, man. Every day, me I fight just like everybody else. So them a complain. I'm vexed, I'm upset, can't get nothing. I don't know why. I genuinely don't know why the sell queue is so small. Like I'm genuinely surprised.
Boy,
Right?
I think the people who have the shares, just like you, kind of seeing the value and probably realizing that in the long term, like this is where we're headed. This is not even where we're headed. We're already there. The people who got in early
Yeah.
are in on something that everybody else wants to get in on, and I think that's just it. I think it's just a natural demand.
All I'll say is that this year, 2022, is gonna be a very interesting year. Just I think a lot of breakthroughs are gonna happen. That you know, transformative. I mean, I'm excited, but again, so I'm also talking, by the way, within the context of Jamaica and the noticing pronouncements that I'm noticing in both the private sector. So I saw an announcement the other day from Guardsman. They've started Guardsman University, and Randy, none of that is surprising to me. And again, people are not going to notice this stuff, right?
Some of us will.
University, of course, they're doing, but there must be a reason for it. And I was talking about these things 5 years ago. No, it's obvious to me because I read and I'm in the space. So it is very clear to me. So there's this trend in the States where companies are effectively, they're realizing that, well, maybe we don't need to outsource our learning to universities anymore because maybe they're so slow and it's just not suiting our needs, right? What if we had our own internal universities? What if we had our own internal universities in organizations that can be accredited, and because of how big we are as an organization, even if we lose our staff, when they go to another place and they see this quote unquote degree from this organization, it's going to be seen as credible. What started to rethink this concept of what a university is, because what is a university?
It's a place where you got to learn.
Yeah. So, by the way, NCB, for example, they've always had the NCB university. Main event, they have the main event academy. It's boring stuff. Most people don't notice these trends. It's not, because education is boring for most people, not realizing that most governments on earth, their biggest spend, or their second biggest spend, is usually education.
Yep.
How much does Jamaica on education every year? It's it actually gets the lion's share of the budget behind the Ministry of Finance.
Correct.
Those are this stuff up. So if so a lot of it is recurrent expenditure in terms of the what the government spends on. You hear them fancy term there, recurrent expenditure.
Right.
But so in terms of what the government of Jamaica spends on education, a lot of it is to cover salaries for teachers, etc., etc., etc. It's not that the government of Jamaica does not spend money on education, but the question is it being spent effectively? Now, if it is not being spent effectively, we need to have a conversation about how we can make it more efficient. No, I believe that conversation must involve the private sector, because largely, or at least in my opinion, the private sector operates in a far more efficient manner than the public sector. But you can't talk about education, certainly not in Jamaica, without talking about government. So that is where you have public-private partnerships, which I, by the way, spoke about in my prospectus in the CEO's letter. I think it's at the top part, first paragraph, where I say you can't talk about education and fixing education without talking about private sector and public sector collaborating for the greater good. So if an EduFocal can help to make education more efficient, maybe we can rethink how the budget is distributed, and it's a really big number. I mean, I'm talking about billions of dollars, right? So we already do work with the Ministry of Education. Big up the Ministry of Education. We love work, and the government will always be a partner of EduFocal. So we are working with the Ministry of Education in solving a lot of these problems, and we continue to work with them. I'm excited about Jamaica and the future of our country, and just ensuring our people are learning and will learn properly.
Yeah. In fact, I love the fact that you mentioned that public-private partnership and education. They're working with the government also, because one, I think for some people I heard talking about it as if it's a downside, and I'm thinking, you understand that learning in Jamaica is literally government led. It's actually, the law requires.
It's the largest employer of people in our country.
Exactly, the government.
So, of Jamaica, and then it's Sandals, and then it's Guardsman. I actually know that.
Yeah. Man, know him market, know him universe.
A powerful thing is Sandals University, big up, that's one thing the Stewart family get right, I mean, anyway, I'm excited.
Yeah, and I think it's, let me touch 2 points there. I think it's because I think maybe they got it right very early, because just the type of business that they're in require them to train up their workers and their employees to deal with people from overseas who are used to a certain level of service. So that you have to do the training, right?
No, Randy, every single organization on earth does training, even if it happens in an ad hoc way.
Exactly.
Medium-sized and large companies, they all do it.
Exactly.
You have to train. So when you hire somebody and say you go on board them, where the hell you think that's education? It's because organizations have institutional knowledge, but it is usually people. It is not written down and structured. So there are large inefficiencies in the private sector too. Teaching your staff how to use a new software is education.
Yep, you have to get to the point. You have to formalize that sort of internal education, and I think
which by the way, an opportunity.
Huge opportunity. We had a gentleman on late last week, big up Sean, the man who made a bet on EduFocal about it passing 250. We're talking to you today at 3:05. So big up Sean, and probably drunk because him outside, right? But sticking to that point about the internal learning, you mentioned in the prospectus, and I hope I grabbed the right page. And by the way, big up you and your team for putting out a prospectus where the headings were linked. It looked good.
Man.
No, big up the person because your audio kind of choppy. I want you to say them, I want them get them proper big up.
Morris, who one of our team members who was responsible for the design. I mean, we're long hours. Yeah, I mean, most people obviously don't realize how involved it is getting. And I mean, I was deeply involved in my prospectus. I could tell you that the paragraph in the CEO's letter said X or Y because I actually wrote it.
Correct.
By the way,
Correct.
while getting to what you saw in our numbers in terms of revenue, right? So I'm doing all of these things, doing a listing while running a company, a growing company.
Yeah, I love that. I love it, and I happy that my CEO is as on point as you are. Going back to the public-private partnership, and I press you on this one nice mention. I'm being safe and sticking to the prospectus, so I'm not going to try to pressure you on stuff that you haven't said publicly or you don't want to put out yet. But there's this wonderful contract that caught my eye early: the Transport Authority and BCIC, an electronic training platform towards PPV. Operators of PPV, public passenger vehicles, the taxi man them on the road, who I think we can all agree need some training, right? How much can you say about this system? Because it caught my eye immediately, and the fact that it has years to go on the contract, and it's Transport Authority, so it's not a private thing. It's Transport Authority who mandates the training that PPV employees have to do. I said that as somebody who has a PPV license. The Transport Authority mandates the training that you have to do to maintain that license. What can you tell us about this? I haven't heard anybody ask you about it much.
I worked on it for 15 months with the Transport Authority and BCIC. And when I say worked on it, I mean before implementation. And then COVID happened and it delayed its full rollout, but I'm happy that we were able to start things in January of this year. And I'm looking forward to just the impact we'll have at the end of 2022.
January of 2022, you mean this? When you said this year, you mean 2022?
Yeah, so we just roll it out January 2022.
Okay. Thank you, sir. And it's the Transport Authority and the Ministry of Education. We didn't see. I mean, the last one ended July. I don't know if you can say anything on that. If you can't, I understand. I don't want you to cross any lines. But you did say that the Ministry of Education and you will consistently be partners.
We are. I mean, this is public knowledge. No, I mean, we've not done a lot of pressure around it yet, but we are part of the ministry's Recover Smarter program. And the Minister of Education, the Honorable Favor Williams, she speaks a lot about, our children or students who have been displaced. How can we reach them? How can we re-engage them? I see that as a responsibility of EduFocal too. So just don't think about us as, oh my God, schools are reopened now, we're not gonna do anything else. EduFocal have anything going on. No man, there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of things to fix, and we are ready. We're excited.
I'm excited that you're excited, and yeah, you're right, Faval, and the right honorable. I feel bad saying the right honorable Brokerage when you're here. It's fine. It's just me and Danhai. But the Prime Minister spoke a lot, I think, in his budget speech also about recovering from learning loss for that generation that would have had their schooling heavily impacted during COVID. I know in his speech, he also spoke heavily about that. And I saw that we were talking about it in our subscriber group there, the grower group, where education was a big thing. And the learning loss point was a huge point that he spoke to. One, helping to recover from, and then two, turning Jamaica into almost a steam house, meaning not a weed house, although that might work great for legal marijuana. But
I wanted to that very, very quickly. So when you think about the third industrial revolution, right? You're talking about machines displacing people. When you think about that, it literally required getting stuff into countries physically. Here we are about the fourth industrial revolution. That is not anything physical. It's software. You talk about software eating the world. A lot of the jobs. So if you go on Statin's website, you look at employment data. Most of are employed low skill cashiers, pump attendants, right? Now, we have to move our people up on the value chain. And people talk a lot about BPO and how BPO is this and BPO is that.
That's
BPO
what I
actually
wanted to lead into. Yeah, man, keep going.
different levels, by the way, right? Now, the point I'm making is education and knowledge is so important for Jamaica because without it and not doing things quickly with private sector in partnership with the private sector, we're going to have real problems because we will never be able to move our GDP in any material way up without training our people. And we will never build schools fast enough. We'll never train our teachers fast enough to deal with that. So you have, like, it is a no-brainer. You have to use and leverage the private sector, right? And technology. Now, I don't know of many edtech companies listed on the Jamaica Stock Exchange, and anybody would know that when a company becomes listed, they become visible to a lot of people, right? You become far more attractive to a lot more people. I've been getting calls and emails, right? So, so for me, again, a lot of this stuff is a no-brainer. It's you're not gonna see the upside in 1 month, but certainly over 12 to 24 months, you start to see something that is not recognizable in a positive way. Like it's like, yo, I know the same company. This is not the same. Yo, whoa, this is crazy.
Well, Gordon, if
Yeah.
I had sold my shares today, I'd have recognized that 200% profit. And that's what, 4 days? So I'm seeing the value.
Well, here's what Danhai. You shouldn't care about any of what I'm saying except for the fact that you want to make money. That's important to you, right? So it's fine for people to jump in and out as they see fit because it is a stock that you can buy or sell as you see fit,
Oh, no. My point wasn't to sell at all. The point was heavily, I'm seeing the value very early. So
yeah, boy.
You say I'm not going to see it in a month, but it hasn't been a month and I'm seeing the value.
Yeah, that's
so.
But I think what I like is that Gordon isn't considering that the value. The value
that
I
definitely
think he's
love that.
leaning on is it hasn't even been scratched yet. And you touch on the BPO point, Gordon, and I think maybe
remember that we've been listed now for 5 years, and over that 5 years you've seen that 200% growth. That's important growth thing. That joke. I'm actually saying, it's been 4 days. By the way, fun and joke aside, it feels like we've been listed for a long time. Like it's just Tuesday since we listed, like it's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
it feels longer.
I can imagine. I can imagine, and I'm excited. And I'm excited to see how you attack a lot of those things. I tell you not to say anything. Well, feel free to say something if you want, because I don't know. Here's my little, I'll throw this gem out there for the people watching and listening. And I have seen, so you're listed by who I think is the best broker in Jamaica, Mayberry. And I pay attention to all of the brokers and all of the business space in Jamaica. And I know that Mayberry has also, in my view, been doing some work around BPO, with BPOs. ITEL is one that I see a huge thing on. And ITEL just started, the steps to establish a new, huge Kingston campus, second campus, heavy learning point. And I'm going to connect a lot of dots here. The Minister of Finance, Dr. Nigel Clark, spoke heavily about how the BPOs will be integral to our growth, because it's not just the low-skilled BPO answer the phone, how can I help you thing, but it's true process outsourcing, upskilling them, going to higher and higher processes, which implies then that our people have to be trained more and more. Now, if one of the largest BPOs in the island are linked to the broker that listed you, and you are also in the education game, I am hoping that there's a link there. Really, really hoping that there's a link there to come. Like the people who grow now, I say, I don't know if it's Bolt, but it kind of look like Bolt to me. So
But Randy, how you boy, you gone far though. I mean, I don't know if you can type in EduFocal SVL Foundation in Google, see what comes up.
Oh, that sounds like something wonderful that I'd like to see.
Last year with SVL Foundation, we've not engaged with them right now, but they had actually I think it was $20-something million they had sponsored last year. We did some great work, and we continue to work with SVL and SVL Foundation. So you'll realize that was January 2021, and you've not heard anything this year. There's an article, man. You should be able to find it.
Well, I look for the article, but I seen when you did it. Proud to partner with the Supreme Ventures Foundation, who provided access to 5,000 primary students across Jamaica.
It was still good. We're still good. You know what I mean? Like, we're still good, man. We're just trying to kind of get things going in the right way. But the SVL Foundation is a good partner, of EduFocal. We're looking to do a lot of positive work together. So yeah, man. So we and I mean, just full disclosure, obviously, maybe is also associated with the SVL and SVL Foundation, but I mean, Chris Berry himself had no play in any of this stuff. We did this independently. We've reached out, pitched our ideas to SVL Foundation, but they're a strong partner of ours. Big up Heather Golson, and the rest of the SVL Foundation team.
Okay, well, I if I wasn't excited before, I'm even more excited now. All right, Gordon. I don't want to have you too long. I don't know if you have anything else you want to talk about, or anything you want to ask us.
That again?
I don't know if there's anything that you want to ask us. I don't want to keep you too long and keep going. And I do want people to jump in. So I don't know, maybe instead of you asking us something, maybe we will. I'm getting an echo, so 1 second. Maybe I'll have people ask you something for a change, Gordon, if you don't mind taking one or two from the public. So if you're in the Twitter space and you have a question for Gordon, send a speaking request and we will try to jump into it right away. Why am I not seeing it all of a sudden?
What I love here is that people are seeing things there. Just the perspective of the founder. We've spoken a lot about we've had a lot of cases where you're just not hearing from people in the companies more than so. Most get to the MD and embrace and they want to talk. We have somebody here talking about this to this level and actually talking about perspective. I've been there for a very long time, so I think of it now. This is called view the company and the shares and everything. I really love that. I think people definitely need something like that, make it real.
Yeah, man. Thank you, Danhai. And but not only that, Danhai, I'm a normal youth like everybody else. You know what I mean? I am the CEO of a publicly traded company, but I'm just a youth from Christian and Manchester who dropped out of youth. Yo, Randy, when you're going back to school, when you're going back to UTech?
When them invite me to speak to the students. Oh boy, big up UTech. I remember there's this lecturer who tell me there. I don't. I'm not even touching negative, but big up UTech.
When I dropped out at UTech, I mean, one of the questions people's eyes asked me, Mr. Gordon, you're not going back. What if things don't work out? I mean, you need the degree to fall back on. So I said to them, I mean, I'm not worried about not having a degree because, I think that if I was going to be employed, the employer would care more about my knowledge, than, an actual piece of paper that doesn't necessarily communicate that it should. But yeah, I mean, shit, I took a risk and it worked out, right?
Yeah, and that's life. It's worked that way since time immemorial.
Yeah, that's the love. Yeah, man. I mean, the thing is, you have to choose your own path. But yeah.
All right, let me take Ashley, who put her hand up first in the group. In the space. Ashley, what's up? You get to be one of the few people to ask Gordon a question.
Well, great. It's really more of a comment. Just to say, big up, I am one of the people who got a few of the shares, and hearing you speak, I'm really excited about the future of the company. And I hope that when you come back to market, because you will have to, I think, to just expand, maybe beyond Jamaica's borders, that you do a right issue and but hearing you speak here very relaxed with Danhai and Randy, I'm very excited to see what you have on your sleeves, and I really like what you're doing in the Jamaican education system, And I like that your mindset is young. And I suspect that you'll have an impact not just in Jamaica, but in the wider region. So kudos to you. And I'm very excited to see what happens. And it's really more of a request than a question, but you know, I really like a rights issue, just throwing that out there.
All right. You know, I was talking to somebody on that same point, right? Well, not on the rights issue point, but I was talking to a bridge of mine and I said to him, you know, perspective is a hell of a thing. Udemy, which is a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange. I don't know if you can look it up, Randy, but Udemy's market cap is bigger than NCB's market cap and they're not profitable. Can you bring it up, Randy, on the screen?
Yeah,
I mean, most people can see this. But NCB's market cap is 1.8 billion US dollars, right? It's crazy that I know that. I think Udemy's zone is 2.8 billion. I think living and working in Jamaica a lot of times is to pigeonhole ourselves into thinking that, you know, what we're seeing here is the world, but the world is a place, right? You know, it's there's so much, like, there's so many possibilities. You know, it's I mean, I just get excited every day about, you know, the possibilities. It is crazy. It is. But yeah, no, I don't even know what a right is. Actually, I've done some reading on it. Don't really understand the concepts, but I mean, something I guess I can speak to Mayberry about.
Actually, he's 100% lying. He's done grow, so he knows exactly what a right issue is. Right? It grow has educated. As somebody, as the person,
the CEO answer, Randy.
yeah, he's giving the CEO answer. But actually, boy, I tell you this. You continue to impress. I'm happy every week when you're sending a request. Every single week you send a request, I'm happy. You're not the top striker. That is the top striker herself, Shan. Big up top striker, Shan. But you might be the next striker. Maybe you're a winger. I like the pressure you put the CEO under, but let's not get him in any trouble with your wishes.
I know that, Randy. The man bring up NCB market cap this week.
Jaja, will him get it right? Because Udemy is 1.8 billion US dollars in terms of the market cap. NCB today at 110 per share has a market cap of 273.4, 273.5, 273.5 Jamaican dollars. If you bring that to US dollars, that works out to 1.8, 1.75. So if I'm carrying it across at 155. At 155, it's a 1.76 billion US dollars.
Check Duolingo's market cap because they're public too. I'm curious.
What's Duolingo's ticker?
I'm not sure. I don't remember right now.
You know, we should maybe put these US stocks on my money, JA. I'll consider it. Duolingo's market cap is 3.4 billion US, so it is larger than NCB today by almost double. Wow. And they're not profitable, you say?
No, they're not.
No, they're not profitable at all.
What is highly anticipated in terms of an edtech listing, Bijou, BYJU, big, massive. I mean, they've been doing acquisitions of the world. Remember that Jamaica is a part of the world, by the way.
Yeah, you'd have to remind me, boy. BY, well, they're not listed yet, but you said they're prepping to list.
Yeah, they are going to list. If you Google visually, you know, there are talks about listing, and I think they're going to have like $100 billion valuation. I mean, it's an Indian edtech company. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, the Indian market is actually one of my personal most interesting markets that I pay attention to quietly because of how they do things over there too. There's so many people how they do them.
How come a listed company in Jamaica has never taken visa? I mean, I actually don't understand this concept. How come and again disclaimer, we have no plans like that. How come a listed company in Jamaica has never taken VC money, like US VC money? Or have they? We've had that?
I'm thinking about what I can say.
No, it's just a question I'm asking.
I know, I'm answering very carefully. I'm being careful with my answer. You understand if I have to answer carefully. I believe that based on a couple of dots I've connected recently, it would appear that there has been a link made relatively recently between a local listed company and maybe the US VC market. Outside of that, I don't know anything else. And the closest thing that comes to mind, just pops in my head, is that Epley technically is a VC company. Epley Jamaica is a VC company.
Yeah.
And that's the one that comes to mind immediately. US VC money, I don't know, but like I said, I put together a dot recently, but we'll see how that works out soon. That one I might keep close to my chest. But why? You're looking to go into the VC space also?
No, man, no. I'm just I was just curious. I mean, why we're here because obviously a lot of these companies like a Duolingo, Udemy would have, they'd have gotten VC funding. And a lot of companies in the US at companies in a region because we're so small and don't necessarily have international scope, right? Yeah. I mean, just thinking out loud.
Yeah, you know what? I'm thinking along with you, but you know my thing. I bet on Jamaica big. I'm biased. I love Jamaica, and when what? Yeah, well, I know you bet on it big also. And I meant to mention that when you brought up the Paul point, that one of the things that you've mentioned that I know, I hope I'm not talking too much of Paul business, is that Paul is somebody who Paul is one of the Jamaicans who make it overseas in tech, have no reason at all to have to come back to Jamaica. Tech, really cool, chill brother who have no, it make it, the green card dream that everybody have. And made the choice to come to Jamaica and work with a Jamaican company. So I am happy as hell to see it work out. I'm happy as hell to see, of course, that I'll say it publicly. I wrote the tweet talking about the space at night, tiredly, and I wrote founder Garden Sabi, and him link me and go delete that co-founder because Paul is there too, and I know Paul, so you're not hearing me at all. Ooh. All right, guys, hold on 1 second. Nobody on I get it. 1 second, everybody on YouTube. I will sort out the sound in a moment.
Would reach where it is now, where it closed today. And they said no. They said they will literally eat their own shoes if that ever happened. So thank you, Gordon. Right? Jerk shoes.
Stew fry how?
So it felt nice, to be a newbie and have a little, but I don't know if I'll have to wait until Randy comes back.
I won't speak to Trinidad or Nigeria specifically, but I will say that I've always seen Jamaica as a sample or test or demo market for us. And what I mean by, which is why again I've been so obsessed with just trying to get us to be a first world, first class company in how we operate. And I'm not saying we've gotten everything right, right? Obviously, I mean it's a work in progress, but I am very, I would love, for one day where EduFocal is operating in 10, 15 countries. And it's far easier for us to expand than it is for a brick and mortar. And software is such a powerful thing because it literally you can infinitely scale your operations. I mean, so it's not a secret. I don't think it's a secret that we want to eventually expand. Um, it's a great thing that we're a listed company on the junior market because we have a full 5 years where we're not paying income tax, and then the other 5 we're paying half. Can you think of a situation where you have a SaaS company like EduFocal earning revenue from all over the place, and it's coming home? And again, I'm no tax expert, right? But my point is, being listed on the Jamaica stock exchange, specifically on the junior market, and being exempt from corporate tax, income tax for 5 years in full and another 5 half is a very powerful thing. And I have no intention of wasting those 5 years and the next 5 years we have. I'm going to be working hard to leverage that because it's there as it's a benefit of being a listed company in a junior market, right? It's almost like you're operating in, let me not say that. But yeah, we're only focused on Jamaica for now. I mean, we have to get things right in Jamaica first, and we have a lot to get right. But I think the pace that we've been operating at for the last 10 years will kind of change in terms of we're getting far more efficient. We're moving much faster with a lot of things. And I'm again I have a great team. Big up the EduFocal team. And again, we're always hiring talented people. I mean, yeah.
I have another question. I don't know if Randy wants to go ahead.
No, Duffy. I could hear you guys, by the way. Thank you for holding it down while I sorted out the sound issues. For the people on YouTube, send a speaking request on Twitter. There is a long line of people sending speaking requests, so I might be knocking speakers out after a while. Yeah, go ahead with the second question, Duffy.
I understand that you have Gordon. There's you guys work with UWI's medical school, and you offer help with courses for the students. In terms of post school education, or how do I word this? So basically, a lot of doctors are trying to leave, Zine. And do you have any plans in the future to work with USMLE and other external exams through the EduFocal platform?
We're always exploring opportunities. I mean, I won't rule out anything. So I think that's a great idea. But I guess you asking that question, Duffy, it's just it's obviously clear in your eyes the scope of the company. And that we're not a PEP company. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm not saying no, I'm not saying yes, I'm saying that's definitely something that we'll look at, We're interested in any and every industry where people can learn.
Okay, great. Thanks, Gordon. I'm going to go back to listening so somebody else can get the spot.
All right, big up.
And then every industry where people can work, it just happens. We can learn. It just happens to be every industry.
Correct. I mean, you literally have to learn in every industry.
All right. Next in line, we had, I think, Victor, then Malik. Victor Clemenson.
Big up, Victor. A good brethren, Victor. Cut the line.
Mr. Cut the line himself. Victor, if you're talking, you have to unmute,
Sometimes it's a lot to be connecting to people.
Yeah, but he's on as speaker.
Maybe it makes somebody else go.
Yeah, in the meantime, Malik, what's up? How you doing, Malik?
Hey guys, night, Randy, Danhai, Gordon. I don't
But
really
man,
actually have a
What's up,
question.
Malik?
I'm good, you know. I just want to say that I think EduFocal is a really good initiative. I think, like I said before, that it's gonna really help a lot with the educational situation in the country, especially with the learning loss situation coming off of COVID right now and everything. So I think it's a good initiative. It's impressive that you started this company a decade ago. When you were what 20, 21 years old. That's no easy feat at all. And I can't even begin to think about how stressful and daunting that might have been and everything like that. But yeah, you guys, I mean, you and the company have a really, really good thing going, and I feel like many people will benefit from back in 2012 to how many years? Because you said you were going to be staying in
yeah, man,
EduFocal for many, many years to come. So yeah,
yeah, man.
I was just sharing something by the way about I made a poll today asking people if they're able to get shares. So I was just also sharing that as well because I managed to get some more shares yesterday for a nice price, a reasonable price. So yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Malik. You know, Randy, you know what? I don't want to give the impression that I'm a tree hugging hippie and I don't love money. I love money. Let me be clear. You know, I think a lot of people in education think that, yeah, the money don't matter. Me want my bottom line healthy and sexy, like me want it big and fat. So don't think that I am not focused on shareholder return and you know, shareholder. I mean, come on, it's serious business, right? So education is not charity, right? And it takes cash to care. You have to make money, right? You can't do nothing if you're not, you have to make money. So yeah, so you've heard me talking a lot about my philosophy and I really what I do, right? It's challenge. It's sufficiently challenging enough for me that I don't get bored, right? Which is also another reason I do it because it's challenging and I like challenges, right? You know, I always say to people, you know, don't if you bet against me, you're going to lose. I can guarantee you that, and I've proven that time and time again. I mean, the tweets are there, so you can go and check, right? But I love it. I'm very stubborn, you know. I'm a type A person, right? So and so I mean, I do what I do for non-monetary reasons, but I also like the money. I like what it affords me, and I certainly like what the money will afford the shareholders who come in and you know benefit from it. So, you know, we like to talk a lot in hypothetical terms about a lot of things and oh this and that. But you know what's real? What's real is that over 2,000 people bought EduFocal stock at $1 and it closed today at $3.05. And when you look at the buy queue, it's over $100 million. That is simple. I suck at math, but this is easy enough to understand. This is real life, right? So it means that if you put in $10,000, Randy, sorry, I've helped me with the math now. That's 10,000 times $3.05. How much that?
Your 300, your money more than triple, 305%.
So your money has now tripled as of today, March 18th.
Plus
right?
broker fees. Triple plus broker fees and a little extra.
Right? And you, as a shareholder, you can either hold it or you can sell it. And that is your prerogative, right? And that's a beautiful thing because you know what? That's real. Whether you talk about long term or short term, you want to make money.
Yeah.
And that is real. So my thing is, you know, if inflation is what 8-9% right now, annualized, and you make in Tuesday, if you can make in 3 days, right? What you know, if you can beat inflation in 3 days, and that's real, that's not hypothetical, that's not textbook. Because I find out that people get caught up in textbook stuff, right? Like, oh, long term and this and that and new investor, blah blah blah. One thing about me, I've always been practical because me operate in the real world, right? And our revenues are real, our profits are real, and the lives that we are changing at both the shareholder level and people who use our platform is very real. So my track record speaks for itself, and the 100,000 people that have used EduFocal is also real. So I guess time will tell, right? I guess time will tell.
Time is the master.
Yeah, man, time is the master of all things, right? And that's not a sub tweet or anything for anybody.
No, who? Somebody said that?
No, time really is the master. There's no question
Time
around
really
that.
is the master. No question
yeah.
around. Yeah, go
And-
around that one.
Yeah.
EduFocal and too, so
and I mean, I like what you said. The bottom line for health, it for tick like Shensia. But the point is, well, or Jada. But the point is, I like when a CEO, I'm reiterating it, I like when a CEO is practical, profitable, aiming for profit, but also growing the company sensibly. So it doesn't mean that you're going to sacrifice everything for profit, but also don't mean that you're going to give us a bunch of mouth talk and then you know the company don't really give the same kind of returns. And what we're seeing here, at least for the retail investors, is that if somebody just wanted to flip, congrats, you've gotten your flipping opportunity.
you're not gonna hear me, knock on wood, hoping it never happens. If we ever have a bad quarter, you're not gonna hear me coming on and saying, "Boy, it's because we care about the bigger picture." And no, we had a bad quarter. It is what it is. We're working to fix it. In a story, like I'm not gonna give no philosophical excuse about why certain things never happen. Like, yo, money. That's the thing there, right? Like people are actually spending money on education. Somebody's earning from it, and I want that to be us. And I want that pie to grow larger and larger, right? A lot of people are against capitalism, but if you read Adam Smith's book on capitalism, and Adam is the father of capitalism, big up, right? Adam, yeah, man, you see? We know the book them,
Buzzword's gonna hit us tonight.
You know what I So even the J trader, simple economics, supply and demand, buy and sell, whether it's stone, whether it is whatever. If you're selling something and somebody's willing to buy it, value is either real or it's perceived. It is what it is, man. I don't know, but yeah, fundamentals.
Love that. All right, Malik, big up.
But Randy, no, Malik, people are asking me.
What's that?
And it just reminded me.
Yeah, Danhai, you said something?
How was your week, Malik?
Oh, it was good. It was very festive.
Was Monday a good day?
Very profitable.
Monday?
JFP, EduFocal, and I got some off of Massey as well. So
You got
You
what
got
off
profit off of
Massey?
Massey?
so money.
No, money or profit. You made money on Massey?
Yeah, like a little way you call it. I got out of Massey so I could get into like JFP and get more to JFP and get more into EduFocal.
What was the average sale price on Massey?
I think I decided to get out like 100 or 101 so I could get some more EduFocal and JFP.
So you weren't profitable there, basically.
Well, yeah, it was small, but compared to what I got for JFP and
No, man,
EduFocal,
that's
like,
fine. That's fine. I focus in Massey because of the conversation I had last week. I just seen if you see why you should have sold Friday then
yeah, man.
and not Monday. Yeah, you see it clearly. That's when the units are, because that's when basically Monday about units in the market and that price is gonna hit. Yeah, so you're seeing it now. As long as they see the list, that's what I was trying to point out. That's going to happen on Monday. I just want to talk it in front of the time on the mirrors, whatever. But as long as you see it and you see the list in there,
Yeah, man.
and you did the right thing. You put the money back into something and make a bag of way more money than you lost, right? So
Yeah.
good move. Yeah.
Hopefully you did. You got that.
I hope. Actually, I hope so. I can't what I'm going to, but
No,
I hope you made way more money.
Yeah, man. I got EduFocal. Wow, yesterday. Yesterday I got some more EduFocal yesterday, and then after that, before that, I got some JFP as well, and then
28 or 32. 28 or 32 for EduFocal.
For EduFocal, what do you mean? The price?
Yeah.
Well, I got EduFocal yesterday at $2.32, and my average price went to $2.10.
Nice.
So, and then for JFP, I had a little JFP there as well, and I got some JFP at a higher price, and then the average price was $1.44 afterwards. So I got out of JFP I think what 12 o'clock yesterday. Like I saw it and I was
Oh, you
using
see
the
it and
same
run.
technicals that I've been using. And I said, okay,
You
time to
can't hide the
exit
technicals
because this
after
thing
them
is gonna
just
turn
burn you.
downwards.
You can't hide the technicals after them just burn you. So it sounds like JFP was going to burn you. You jump out. Massive burnt you. You jump out, and EduFocal saved you.
No man, I got some big nice profits off of JFP as well. I was just saying that I use the technicals to know when to get out of
Based on the
JFP.
numbers you just told us, those aren't nice big profits. But I hear you, Caplard. No worries. We'll do this next week and talk it through. We will definitely come back to that. Big up Malik. I don't want to go too long. We have God
Yeah
here for a
man,
while.
we're not going to go too long. Just $1.87
No, as
minus
in we're done.
$1.44 is good enough
We're
for me.
done.
But yeah man. All
Okay,
right,
that's
night
cool.
guys.
Big up.
Yeah man.
And thank you for
Danhai,
the comments.
yeah man,
Yeah,
Danhai,
man, Gordon,
Caplard
thank you.
Caplard now
Mike.
Lego the thing in a dog.
What that?
Caplard not letting it go at all in a brother.
It is right. I mean, I wouldn't let
yeah.
it go either.
I wouldn't let it go
But
either.
man,
It's good.
that's
That's good. All right. Next in line, we had Just Jason 7.
Yeah, good night.
Oh, sorry, 1 second, Jason. Sorry to cut you, but Victor, are you back? Are you here now, Victor?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Yeah, Jason,
Hello?
sorry, I'm going to make Victor talk. How are you doing, Victor?
I'm okay.
You must be okay.
Actually, I wanted to say something earlier when Garden just came on, but I wasn't added as a speaker until long after that. But because Garden was saying that he hasn't celebrated as yet, so I'm just letting him know that don't make me see him because I might just pop a champagne, and spot.
I did.
Only some people bottle, right? I mean, but I have a bottle in my hand right now. And it's called La Grande Dame Champagne.
Jaja.
Let me tell you the story behind this bottle. So this bottle of champagne, $400. I went to Nigeria a couple of years ago, intention of expanding EduFocal in Nigeria. I was waiting over my head. But anyway, that's a crazy story because me end up in Nigeria and I don't know nobody in Nigeria. Yeah, crazy story. That's over drink story. But I went to this meeting with some high level guys and other guys, right? And he handed me the bottle of champagne, and I carefully brought it back to Jamaica, and I said to myself, I am not going to open this bottle of champagne until EduFocal IPOs, and this was about 5 years ago. And here it is on my desk. I moved it from my wine rack because right now I'm in my office, right? I moved from my wine rack to my desk to remind myself that it's time to open this bottle of champagne. I don't care if it tastes good or not, but I had a requirement for the opening of it. But yeah, man, I'm gonna celebrate Victor. It's very important to celebrate these milestones.
Yo, me can't get you. Yo, me that call it the other day, But that's why when me see you, me can't get you, but I'm going to call it this week again.
Yeah, no worries. So when you Alice cut the line?
That's $1 billion question right there.
We'd love the answer.
Indeed.
All right, the big check them now.
Yo, but funny enough, we can't wait to see if we will talk about some stuff surrounding that too. Because if me ever tell you who text my phone the other day, Tina Guard. What that channel name? Who is the host? I'm going to charge the host with some insider.
No, they wouldn't charge me with insider. We meet already, Victor. You just don't remember me. We'll be at the office already, but please don't call nobody else's name on it, please. All right?
No, I don't do this stuff.
All right. In fact, I might want to bring you back. I might want to bring you back another week to talk about it because a lot of what's happening in your space with the delivery companies in Jamaica is a major thing. So that's something that I'm very interested in.
Yeah. We talk, man. We can't say certain things, man.
Yeah, we can't say certain things, but when I come circle, the office,
yeah, man.
We can talk. Yeah, man, Randy, I remember him.
Yeah, man.
Randy,
Swaby actually introduced us.
I was in the same year as Stat, probably you remember me, but probably within a different that class. But
no, Victor is just a Right.
Here.
No, I'm saying I was done, so you were bright. So like you and I were rolling in circle because me could tell you in a class. It's bright. Yeah, that,
Me never
Randy,
bright still,
hold on.
but you know.
Hold on. Tell Randy what your background is academically in terms of your if you when you had a job, what did you do? What was your focus?
Oh, I was a data analyst for the Ministry of Energy.
Correct. So
Oh,
no make
yes.
pricing and numbers, man. So not him fool you, yeah. So he's a gimmicks man, yeah. I'm just joking.
Yeah, well,
Me are the bigger gimmicks, man. Me are the bigger gimmicks, man. You know. But
I think
Sweetie, me so proud of you, brother. Let me just make everybody know. Say, oh, Sweetie, is one of the persons that inspire me to start Cut the Line. Everybody. I remember vividly meeting Swaby. Well, Swaby was a classmate, so after I drop out, we did meet him and me ask him, yo, why you not at class? Why me not seeing you? You know, and he was like, you know, gee, I started this company and it's going great. This was in 2015, you know. And I was like, I know, like I need to get my ideas out the box. And I did that. I registered Cut the Line the same year, 2015, the first delivery 2016. So yes, Swaby is a huge inspiration and continue to be. Even right now, what's I don't think person understand the scope of what EduFocal listing has done I can't we not even know if it's past tense or it's future tense to say it in, because 100 years from now, you know, this will be a study in college and MBA programs, what Garden is doing with EduFocal right here. Oh, it will revolutionize not just the tech space, but a lot of technology will also enable other industries, not just education. So it's a huge milestone, Garden, and again, congrats, me still going both the champagne and me see you. But you continue to be a massive inspiration, not just for close persons, but persons far and wide throughout the nation. And it is reflecting in the stock price, Garden. I'm not sure why nobody is not selling, but we know why we're not selling still. We love the company. It's not just a price for us.
Yeah,
Persons who own the stock, it's not just a price for it. It's like a family. It's really family. You
Victor,
know? Yeah.
you know how hard me have to go work to get some profit to make that PE come down?
Yo,
Because
you know, I me and somebody talk about it still, but
eh?
I want it for Eric still, but you see, you like challenge, so you see, you like challenge, so
The higher the profit, the lower the PE. And you have to work with the market average PE, and you have to focus on the fundamental. Very important, you know, right?
well,
So PE down.
well, the person them own the stock, them not worrying about that still.
some of us are. Don't
You know?
tell him that. Some of us are.
No man, people care about this. I care about the fundamentals.
Yes,
Like
make him walk.
Yeah,
but,
you above all else have to work on the fundamentals. Go through, Victor.
But I don't think you know the work we have to Garden. I know these fundamentals, the price, the whole market, it won't distract you. We have seen this is a great accomplishment, but I know you have seen and passed through rough as water. This is really just a small milestone in your grand scheme of things that you have shared with me. So this is really just one of those milestones to the future. So I don't think no need to worry. Nothing there.
yeah.
Remember, you know, we can't bet against China. Remember, we can't bet against China. We can't bet against China. Yo, being a neighbor for so long, I literally know that can't bet against them.
Yeah, man. You know,
So,
or not before you go. There was a party that I wanted to do business with, and them run me, you know, and I ended up being a director on that company board years later. And it's always a little ironic to me that happened, right? But you know, I'm saying that to say that situations and circumstances change all the time, right? The environment being the same. I can't, I joke about it, but being somebody who understands the fundamentals, the higher the stock price goes, the higher the PE goes, which means that if the company is not growing fast enough to match that, those fundamentals, then the market will eventually respond. So, it's almost like matching the expectations of the people that
Not
they have in.
almost. It is exactly that. Boy, I'm proud of you. If I never know say grow work before, I'm proud of you.
No, that's exactly what it is. So
That's true. That's true. But you have to also manage. You have to also manage
and
the expectations of the clients as well. You have to really manage the expectations, and that is where transparency comes in, and you speaking and stuff like this to explain what's going on. Because you may have control of you have limited control of really how fast the stock can grow at this point. What if it reaches by summer it reaches $20 per share?
it means
That's
like what? But sorry, it means that the PE ratio will be like what? I mean, hypothetically speaking, let's say profit remains the same, so like 10,000 times. Who knows? But that's the thing, right? Like, I can't take credit for our stock price, Victor, because I'm not the one that got the stock price today to $3.05. That's the
true.
I think that Randy says the market is never wrong. The market
Ever.
thing. That's not me. So how can I gloat about and be, showing a stock price when it's not me put it there? It is the company. So I have control about how the company, or at least I can influence how the company is perceived. And
Yes. So you have to really just manage the perception and the expectations that persons have for the company.
Yeah, man. And
Go
so
to the work.
you really can't manage how them the price. So where you can manage is the perception and explain to them that, guys, even though we are in 2027 and the stock price is now at $50. Remember at the start, the first year of the IPO, it ballooned to 20, hence why we have a high stock price on this day. So it's just really things you have to keep bearing in mind why the rapid growth of the stock price. So I don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
So it is not lost on me that the expectations are high. I can't worry about things that I can't control, because people also create their own expectations of me and of EduFocal, right? No,
True.
I am focused because, and the thing is too, I don't want to oversell. What I mean by that is anything that I've spoken about that are potential opportunities is a rapid amount of work that comes at some form of sacrifice, without sacrificing time with because here I am on this call now, sacrificing time with my wife and child, right? So make no mistake, everything has consequences, right? And I'm a human being just like everybody else. I have to manage my own expectations. I have to manage the pace of growth in terms of, remember, it's other human beings I'm dealing with too, or the people in the company are human beings. So yeah, and that's why I was joking about it earlier, but why am I going to gloat over the stock price and then me cause it reach where it reach? That's the people, right? So yeah, the market reflects how they feel, and right now the market feeling EduFocal, and I hope to maintain that and grow it. I'm very bullish about EduFocal. I'm very bullish about how transformative what we're doing can be. And we can really reflect what the market is saying right now. That's what I'm working on.
Love that. All right, big up
Awesome,
Victor.
awesome.
Big up Victor. Victor, we'll link you again because, like I said, we
Yeah,
want to have a talk with you about what's happening in your space in a little while. So thank you for the lines.
So Randy, suppose me decline because my CS too hot.
If you decline, nothing wrong with
No,
that.
you decline, boss.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right, then, no problem. I won't decline still.
All right, big up.
All right, then.
Cool.
Big up.
All right, next in line was Jason, who we did cut off before. Thank you very much for waiting, Jason.
Yeah, so like I said before, good night and good night, because I'm a learned shareholder myself.
Yeah, man, respect for that, brother. Thank you.
My question is, I know you're going to focus more on organic growth, which is in layman's terms, growing revenue for the next couple of years or so. But how do you feel about like acquisitions, whether that be companies in or outside of Jamaica?
In the prospectus.
I mean, it's in the prospectus. You know, we do talk about acquisitions. Look at it this way. Raising money for EduFocal before was a lot of work. And again, I did that and still grew the company. Raising money now is still work, way less work. You know what I mean? Like way less work. So if we see an opportunity in the marketplace and whether that marketplace is in Jamaica or elsewhere, by the way, you know, but if we see if we see an opportunity in the marketplace and it makes sense for us, then of course we're gonna raise the money and jump on it. You know, I mean that's a no-brainer, right? So definitely we are also interested in organic growth and you know looking at opportunities that may fit, you know, our philosophy and the direction that we're going in.
All right, big up. I love that proper answer. You had another question, Jason, or was that good enough?
That was good enough.
Randy, so we get very serious as CEO, all the tone start changing. Yo.
I like how you stay within the lines also. The next up we had, and by the way, people, I'll take maybe just a few more for Garden.
But still enough. I can go as long as you want. I mean, I'm up, so.
All right, no problem then. Next was Denrich _life.
Yeah, good day, everyone. All right, so I'm not a stock expert like a lot of the persons before, but you know, I like to make money, and a lot of persons on the call like to make money too. So, first I want to start off by saying big up Garden. Love Garden for a long time. Anybody that knows Garden is not surprised. I'll put that out there. That I definitely have to call my broker and get some EduFocal stocks because I definitely missed that IPO. I was busy.
Damn.
But you know, if anybody that knows God is not surprised.
That's not one to miss.
That's not one to miss at all, brother.
I mean, to be honest with you, I'm of the opinion that you can't win everything, and I mean, you put in enough money, you will make money on it, right? So
if you put in the right things, but yeah,
man, in the right things. Yeah, I defer to people who know. I don't know a lot about stocks, but yeah, definitely want to touch on that. But one of my things that I wanted to ask about, because I definitely see where from long time, because I mean, as I said, I've known God for a long time. I see where this is definitely the future, but in terms of the rural Jamaica, I see where the persons that need this kind of technology the most, need a EduFocal the most, actually the persons who are less able to access things like this. I'm talking as a person who, because everybody knows me, I'm a programmer, and oftentimes I go into like the rural areas to talk with like young persons who want to, you know, persons want to see successful people who are not choppers, you know. So I like to go into those communities and try to drive my nice car and everything, and I met them inspired. But a lot of the times these same persons, you tell them to research things and they don't have no internet. Are you guys working with maybe the I didn't read the prospectus, probably it's in there. You guys working with like the telecommunications companies? Maybe I think that this is something that really should be incentivized by the government, because a lot of the times I go up into some communities, meet some very bright persons, have no access to the internet, and I would personally sponsor a couple of children.
That point that you just made about sponsoring kids, it's a very powerful thing, right? And actually, I'm a part of our model and thing, and you know, just I mean, we're working on some interesting things. Is what I'll say. But to answer your question, though, the challenge with rural Jamaica is that the per capita earnings for folks in rural Jamaica versus Jamaicans in urban areas is far higher. So it's a purely business decision, right? And I'm not talking about EduFocal, I'm just talking about the telecom. In other words, it does not make financial sense for them to lay out the infrastructure to serve the needs of the folks in rural Jamaica, even though if you kind of add all of the rural places together, it's less than for urban centers. But the kind of investment that they need and the kind of returns it doesn't make any sense for them, which is historically why rural parts of Jamaica have suffered in terms of access to to resources, technology, etc. Um, Short answer is yes. I am working on something that I believe can help with that. Is it important? Yes. Is it priority for us right now? No, because going back to my point earlier, we do have to deliver quarterly reports, and what we choose to focus on is influenced by how much it can affect our bottom line positively in the short term. So a lot of my decisions are guided by that. Right now, we're not a non-profit; we are a for-profit edtech company. But it is something that I am definitely much interested in, and yeah, let's see. I mean, if we can crack that, it's a lot of people. Right? It's a lot of people. And again, you answered your own question, by the way. I stopped you when you said it because if you solve one part of the problem, the other part is easy to solve. Because if people can't pay for themselves, other people will pay for them
Definitely.
if there's transparency and they're actually seeing results for the money that they're spending. And the Jamaican diaspora in particular is huge. So that's all I'll say about that for now.
Yeah, man, definitely. I appreciate the answer.
Let me add to that. Let me add to that something I think Gordon forgot, that EduFocal itself is 0 rated. So the students can access it. You can say more on that, Gordon, about the 0 rated aspect of EduFocal.
Right now, we're actually just 0 rated on digital, but basically, you just need a smartphone to use EduFocal. You don't need to have an active data plan. And we did have some breakthroughs recently, which I won't touch on right now. But again, look, we have a problem, and a problem is an opportunity to solve it. And if you solve it, you make a lot of money. Bigger the problem, to make money. So you can do good and make a lot of money is how I see it. And we have a lot of problems in education in Jamaica. A growing and winning education is a growing and winning Jamaica.
Definitely. And the only thing I'll say to that is that just like how Akon did with the solar project in Africa, I don't believe that non-profits are sustainable. So what you're doing, I think, is the best way to go about it.
Yeah, most non-profits, as far as I'm concerned, are backed by corporate interest. So the money must come somewhere, Right?
Yes, definitely.
So my belief is, if our bottom line is growing, it means that we're doing good work. It should be reflective of the impact. That's how I see it.
Yes, it's rewarded by performance, which is why I love what you're doing for sure.
And the fact that there's pre-tax profit line on our income statement anymore, that's our P&L. That's very, very good. That removed is very, very powerful.
Definitely. All right. Well, we'll talk this another time off here. But thanks for having me. I won't keep the space.
Yeah, man, I appreciate it.
Big up.
All
right.
Talk about it. The pre-tax. That's a
extremely powerful thing, and I'm glad that you know it and you say it. I don't know. I also like that you just are very real about it. I tired of the business people who always acting like, I don't know. There's this thing in Jamaica, and maybe I'm just saying it from my position of ignorance, where business people almost afraid to sound good and happy. I was talking to Danhai earlier off air about there was an article about the opening up of the sector, and it was that a lot of the business leaders are cautious about it, and it included listing a quote. It had a quote from the head of the Manufacturers Association, who is also the founder and CEO, I think, of Jamaica Teas, Jam Tea, and he was saying that we don't really expect much of an impact from from the reopening of the sector, because the manufacturing side, we don't really see much happening there. It's really going to affect mostly entertainment. And I thought, is this the same guy who at the start of the pandemic took out a full page ad in the Gleaner to say we need to unlock the place? But then I said it, I shared it with my group, and I shared it with the reason behind me sharing it. And I'll say to everybody listening that you will almost never hear a Jamaican business person say that things are going well, or that they're excited, or this is good for them. It's almost like a thing we have where if things are bad, they'll say it's bad and they'll shout. If things are good, well, we'll see. They never come
Things
out.
will be bad and then we say like it good.
Yeah, and then when things are good, then just those are not, they make it sound kind of close up. And I understand it might be because of where we're coming from. So I'm happy to hear a CEO changing that. I'm happy to hear that sort of thing being changed. Where it's okay to be excited about the future of your company, your sector, and the country. It's okay for us to want good things. It's all right. Everything doesn't have to be terrible or bad.
I think the reason for that, Randy, is because we obviously live in a country where there's a lot of and it almost sounds like gloating when people are suffering, right? But my thing about that is I can still be empathetic and understanding of the plight of the average Jamaican, but also still celebrate success. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, my thing is so I'm sensitive to that stuff in the sense that, like, me knows that things rough for a lot of people, right? And some more than others. And that I should not talk about success because the choppers are, right?
That's true.
The chopper man, them are sing about it every day, right? And people are suffering, and the people them are suffering in their community. So why should I, as a legitimate business person who's had some amount of success and also want to share that success and ensure that more people have success, both through from a shareholder perspective, but also educating our people? Why should I not talk about that? That's just weird, right? So maybe I'm playing my own small part in changing that just narrative. It's yeah, man. I mean, move past that now, because you know what that affects, Randy? It affects the conversations that we have.
Yes. Yeah, I love that.
Money. In fact, there's this weird thing about us. We don't like to use the word money. Yo, the thing. Yo, the funds. Me can get the money. I use the word money. I'm most afraid of using the word money. It's weird. It's money. That's what it's called. Right? When we can get the thing. What does that mean? It's, it has an actual name. So, and we talk about financial literacy in Jamaica. That's also how we start to evolve and change the narrative. And it is not a bad thing. It would actually help a lot of people, right?
Yep.
Because a man can start talk about the credit card and the interest rate and how it's 48% and how he can calculate it, and how there's nothing wrong with taking out a loan to clear your credit card if the interest rate on the right. You can take an unsecured loan that has a lower interest rate than the freaking credit card that you have, right? So, but a man don't want to talk about him debt. Him don't want to talk about the credit card. Him don't want to talk about nothing. Him just want the thing. And then, that don't make no sense. By the way, that's still education, financial literacy.
Exactly. Huge part of education. Exactly. Yeah. What I made sure to do, and what I make sure to do is I don't call it that. It is, but once I don't call it that, I don't face the same pressure. People learn without realizing that they're learning. And I love what you said here, because you make a major point. The chopper them don't hold back when they're talking about their success.
The gunman them don't hold back either, because them talk about it.
Exactly. But people who make money legitimately should almost not say it and be afraid and not be proud and not talk about it. And then it means that people coming up, the only time you hear people speaking openly about money is either when they're complaining or when they're talking about something illegal. No, make the people that make money speak openly about money. It should be something you're proud of. You make it the right way. You come from Christiana. I'm sure you know people who come from Christiana who never take the right path.
Yeah,
and the chop of them from Christiana, they're not quiet with it.
I used to go to Homewood, right? I mean, and that doesn't mean anything for anybody who's not from Manchester, but Homewood is, like, if you were to look at the CSEC rankings, and it's not me dissing Homewood because I love my school, right? I went to North School, but I went to Homewood. That's really where I spent more time. Like, I mean, Home was not an easy place, right? So my point is, and it's not like I was suffering. It's not like I was from a bad family, but that lifestyle where you have to be a bad man was me. And again, this can be shocking to a lot of people because I am genuinely a nerd. But yeah, that is a story by itself. So my thing is, there's nothing wrong with celebrating success. There's nothing wrong with talking about Jamaica and its side, good and bad. And there are a lot of bad things in Jamaica, but there are also a lot of good things. So for me, I tweet all the time that I'm bullish on Jamaica, and a man might say, "Yo, oh, my labor rights," which is weird because I've been on Twitter since 2006, and you can actually go back to my past tweets when there was a PNP government, and I'm tweeting I'm bullish on Jamaica, right?
Well, you're a comrade then. Turn back, comrade.
Thing where so what? We can love Jamaica, and want to live in Jamaica and do well in Jamaica, and not okay. So me talking positively about Jamaica is what going to benefit the current administration. So what? I mean, like we're so. It's weird, man. It's weird, right?
Quality.
You see, we shape this narrative and we form this narrative about Jamaica being this horrible place where nobody wants to stay, and you don't think that has an impact on the country itself? If all of your people want to leave, in fact, and again, I mean, I've said these things on Twitter before, like it is almost seen as a bad thing to want to stay in Jamaica and do well. But when you migrate, and you do well in the States, it should be celebrated because it is a form of it is almost like validation. It's like you see, you can't stay in Jamaica and do it and you have to migrate. No, you listen, I'm not against migrating. If you want to migrate, but some people want to stay. And some people stay and legitimately do well.
And
I saw this in Jamaica. I decided to stay, and it's not that I could have left, but I decided to stay. I saw how powerful our equities market is. By the way, our equities market is still in its infancy.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah.
We don't know what a fully mature equities market in Jamaica will be like, because you look at even the volumes on a daily basis, it's still pretty soft. Like it's not a lot of volumes generally, right? Little EduFocal ruled was ruling the volumes today, and for listen, it's how much? Almost $40 million worth of trading happened today for EduFocal. That was more than JMB, NCB, all of the big boys traded today, and obviously that's not the point. I'm just saying that to say that a little company like EduFocal had more volumes than EB, right? You need to really think about it. That's crazy. So more Jamaicans, and I mean, Randy, big up yourself, Danhai, big up yourself. You guys are doing big up everybody who's in this space and encouraging more Jamaicans to invest, right? Every single person who's operating in this space, encouraging more Jamaicans to invest is a powerful thing. And it's not you guys, selling this thing as a magic pill that will solve all your problems. No, because anything that is hard, right?
Exactly.
Like EduFocal is hard. It is hard work. Every single day it's a grind, right? But all of us, one by one, day by day, so it's like, yo, I don't remember who said it. I think it was Duffy when she came out. She said, yo, she bet that person, and like 2,415 shareholders jumped into EduFocal, and they now have a positive perception of the equities market if they just came in. So, yeah, man, that's my little rant.
Yeah, no, I love that you do it. Trust me, and I want to hear more of it. We need more people who are not making it the gunman way, the chopping way, the bad man way, the my do a thing. Just talking straight about it. Hard work, but when the hard work leads to success, we shouldn't be shameful and put our success under the mat.
Because hard work don't lead to success too, by the way. There's no guarantee,
Exactly. Only for people do the hard work and it don't work out. So when somebody do it and it work out, we should celebrate it openly and publicly, and not be pushing them to do some sort of false modesty. So big up you with that, Swaby. All right, Felicia Ricketts, who has been waiting for a good little while now.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having me. Trust me, this is an amazing space. Every week, I love it. Thank you for doing this. And of course, congratulations to Gordon. I mean, I've been following you for a while and what you're doing, it is phenomenal.
Thank you.
I remember, thank you. I remember when I was actually going into the space, actually starting a company, there weren't many companies that I could look to as a young entrepreneur, and EduFocal was right there. So I want you to continue doing what you're doing. You're doing something really good, and yes, I'm here for it. There's nothing wrong with money, and you're definitely bringing Jamaica to the right path. So congratulations, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Big up for
And
you.
I'm happy that, in my own small way, I can, kind of help to shift the thinking for a lot of people. And I mean, you're doing the same, right? Like obviously impacting people and changing mindset, because again, it takes all.
Sorry, go ahead, Gordon. You say it takes and then stop.
No, what? I broke up at the end. I'm not sure if you heard it before.
No, you're saying again it takes and then I didn't hear anything after that.
It takes all of us. I was finished. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, you're 100% right. All right. I see not a lot of people sending stuff, and I'm wondering if I want to encourage that. I actually had people that had other questions I wanted to talk to, but I guess they didn't do it tonight. I guess maybe everybody quit out and outside, which I don't mind. So if the last of the people want to send in their speaking requests, we'll approve them, we'll get done. If you want to talk to Gordon, ask about EduFocal or anything else, stocks, I'm here, Danhai is here, it's still Brick Talk. And send a speaking request and we'll approve it and get talking. In the meantime, Cruz McFarlane.
Good night.
Evening.
All right, boss. That's up.
Yeah. Big up Gordon. With the accomplishment listed on the JC. As a young entrepreneur, that's a great accomplishment. But what I want to ask you is more investor related questions.
Yeah, man, go through, man.
Yeah, so you talk about, well, you didn't, I don't think you got much into it. You were speaking widely, but I want to hear what you think of the edtech space, how you see it progressing, how it growing, especially within the context of Jamaica, as well as within like competitors who you see in the space.
Great question. We got in early and we bingo, bro. So let me give you the corporate answer now. So, when you look at the evolution of the edtech sector, still very much in its infancy in Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean. But what is happening now is there's a shift in terms of how investors look at tech companies. I'm here talking to you. My wife just sent me a link that she sent me earlier, which I'm going to actually tweet right now, which speaks about the shift in how people view edtech companies. So Randy, I'll tweet it. I don't know if you can pin it.
I'll do the backing work. Yeah,
tweet it right. But again, you can't look at things in a very insular way.
Use the hashtag Brick Talk, by the way, Gordon. Just use hashtag Brick Talk and I'll see it in the tweet.
Yeah. So we have to look at things in a global context, right? Just made a tweet. So we kind of hit the jackpot, right? Because we got in early. And when I say early, I mean 10 years ago it was tough, especially the first few years, because entering a space that has no precedent in the region in Jamaica. We managed to survive in the first couple of years, and now we're at a place where edtech is booming globally, right? So what is happening here in Jamaica? So the link I just tweeted, edtech backers rewarded as IPO pipeline heats up. You'd think that they're talking about a Jamaican company listing, right? But them no mention Jamaica in the article, right? So by the way, I'm referencing this article that I just tweeted. Jamaica is not mentioned, not talking about EduFocal, but what is happening here is just reflective of what is happening. So I'm very bullish on this space. I'm fortunate enough that we got the opportunity to jump into this space 10 years ago, and we're just reaping the reward. Because last year, no, not the last year, year before last, when the pandemic started, a lot of learning shifted online. And as a result of that, which is a great thing, a lot of people are now doing online classes. Some people are doing very well, and could, well, I can't say that part. But yeah, some people are doing very well. I'm happy with things I'm seeing. I've taken notice of some other companies doing some great work. So let's see how let's see how things go. But very, very excited, man.
Okay.
Competitor.
Right.
Yeah, we do have competitors. We do have one large competitor in particular, but I don't really talk about competitors. We talk about EduFocal and how how transformative what we're doing is. So, but yeah, man, again, exciting time. As I've said earlier, 2022 is going to be a very
Okay.
a good is, in my opinion.
Okay. So more and more people are going online now. If you look at, which is part of why the tech base is so interesting. Because more and more people, I think we less than half our world population, still not connected to the internet. But as more and more people come online, there are more and more opportunities. But you see, the technology space is constantly evolving, constantly changing, and there are new opportunities coming up, and companies have to evolve and grow with that space to remain competitive. So with that in mind, how do you see the metaverse and all of that affecting your company? Because even if you decide that you're not going to move or go in that space, there are international edtech companies as well that are making moves. And so what exactly will your company do in that space? I mean, you don't have to give exact things, but is it something on the roadmap? Is it something that you're looking at? Is it something?
Yeah, you spoke about the metaverse in particular, and when you think about the internet right now, it's like it's flat. And I mean, it's just Facebook using this term metaverse. Really, what it is augmented. Well, not augmented, actually virtual reality. And leveraging virtual reality to communicate value, right? Education in the VR space is still in its infancy, in its exploratory phase. In fact, the VR generally is in its early stages of development. Again, I'm not going to take my shareholder money and decide to build out virtual reality initiatives for EduFocal when it is soft in the market that we operate in. So that's not to say that we're not having conversations internally every now and again about the future of education. But to say that we're going to jump on the metaverse and develop learning content around what is happening in that space, definitely not something that to be focusing. No, I'm not saying that things can't change and EduFocal won't possibly enter other markets in the future, and the scope of what we're focusing on changes. But for now, no, that's not something that's on our radar. But I mean, really, really great question.
Okay.
All right, big up. All right, next up we had, I think I saw some people jumping back in to the space. So we have, hold on, who was the next in line? This thing has kicked me out again. Twitter space is iffy, It not me. Oh, Jason. Oh, not Jason. Sorry, it was. All right. I saw Jason and Duffy, but because we had both of you guys in here before, I'm going to just put the two new people ahead of you so we can maybe hear a fresh point from them. And first is Alexa. Alexia?
Hi, good night. It's
Hello.
Dana. Hi.
I know it's Dana, but
Good
I
night.
always say the name that I see it in the public.
Yeah. I just want to say that as somebody in the education space, this is a breath of fresh air. To actually see the business of education being handled like the business of like an actual business, like, oh my God, I am really, it truly is refreshing, and it makes me feel at a time when I don't feel very hopeful, this has made me feel very hopeful for what education can look like in the Caribbean, because we have it, you know, the way education is set up in the Caribbean is like beat and teach. If you
Literally.
fail in the Caribbean, you will do well in the US. I am perfect example. 4.0 GPA going to school in the US because they were teaching us stuff that we learned in sixth form. And Mr. Maths exam, like them kind of, you know, but it's very refreshing to hear, you know, that you want people to actually learn and be able to apply, because application of knowledge is, to me, the true testament of actually learning versus just being able to regurgitate and learn by rote and things like that. So I wish I could say what I want to say, but big up you, big up, you know,
Why can't you
the
say what you
moves
want to
that,
say, Dana?
because I'm in the education space.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So trust me, it is so, I can't explain how refreshing it is to see education being treated like a business, because sometimes I feel like the dog that sees color. I'm like, you want money, you need money to do these things, but you're not operating in a way that will give you the money and give, you know, actually see your stakeholders as actual stakeholders, and you know, your students have may I come off on a soapbox, reel it back in. So it's really to hear the things that you have planned to see,
Boy, Dana, I know I can hear her editing herself, you know, boy. I can, I can hear her really, really try to edit herself. Dana? I think we lost her for a moment. Are you guys hearing her? Have I lost her?
Lord God of Henkel, please freeway up so we can get some shares.
I want to like you, and I'm asking for things to be freed up. I'm begging the shareholders, and please just like them, I'd love to buy. But yeah, I mean, I don't have no control over the over this. Yeah, man. So I'm right there with you. But let's see how next week. Look, no, I mean, yeah, it was a good week. It was a good week in terms of there's a let's see how a full week goes.
Yeah.
I'm very, very, very hopeful. You know, you can't be running business and be pessimistic about the future. You have to be optimistic. You have to be hopeful. And listen, if there was hope for me when it comes to education, well, I mean, I tell you, I mean, everybody think can shot because I struggle. And I tell them struggle, but
Yeah.
but that's another day. That's an entire Twitter space is just talking about education system and how it really doesn't work for a lot of people. And including me, it never worked for me, which is why I feel such a great sense of conviction about what I do. You know, I'm not a bleeding heart. I'm a very practical guy, and I understand that the bottom line is important. So, you know, there's a healthy mix of capitalism in me, but it's conscious capitalism and understanding the value of human resources and how, you know, lifting everybody up is actually beneficial, and it's not a zero-sum game.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not hearing.
Sorry, yeah, I think
Oh,
maybe she might have lost.
you guys hearing me?
I
I
just heard
think
you say "oh,"
Yep.
so maybe it's on my end.
Oh, well, not sure. Oh, so I was saying that, you can't be in business and be pessimistic about the future. You have to be optimistic. And if I wasn't optimistic about the future, then I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing, right? And I've gotten there. I was also saying that I am not a bleeding heart. I'm a very practical person. And I understand that it takes cash to care. So I'm also very much conscious about bottom line of the company and how, a growing bottom line gives us that base that we need to actually do the things that we want to do.
Yeah. And my final wish is that I hope that with having now listed and the parameters within which you now have to work will only help you to remain flexible. That is what I think is going to be a defining factor in the education space, which traditional education.
And just support each other. And I really appreciate the support. Go on buy, go on try buy. I'm doing my thing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sorry to the people on YouTube. I know that the people on YouTube are just lost.
Randy, you're gone or are you still there?
No, man, I'm still here. It's the sound.
Randy, Randy fall asleep. Okay, then I fall asleep too.
No, man, none of us
I'm not sure
sleeping.
what's going on. Rory.
No, man, none of us sorry about that. None of us sleeping. That garden. What happened is that the sound knocked out again on my side, so I just had to fix it. So the people on YouTube would have maybe lost just a little bit of the conversation just now, but I think pretty much the gist of it was strong, and I think Dana was able to hear you, which I think is the important part. And everybody in the space, I think, would still be able to hear you. People on YouTube people on YouTube should still be hearing me now. And in the space, I think in the space, people are also hearing me. If you're not, you can let me know. Rory's who you just call on next, who was actually next in line. So Rory, can you hear us?
Yeah, man, loud and clear.
All right, thank you for that.
I'm good. Is it my time to talk?
Yeah, man. Go ahead, Rory.
Sure. So I have absolutely no investment questions. This is just, I want to just share a few words with Gordon, saying that I'm very proud of him and it's just very motivating. That he finally did it, but he did it. I've known Gordon for a little while now, before EduFocal, during EduFocal, and now I listed EduFocal. Remember a few years ago, him telling me how he wanted to list, and I would always think to myself, what is this guy talking about listing him company? After him company, not big like GK. What man talking about listing? And just to see how he did it, and it's just so motivating to other small business owners like myself that this thing can actually be done, and it's not just like a pipe dream or something that you just say that you just say because you're supposed to say it. But no, man, we can actually do this. So very, very happy for him. Looking forward to big things and what's to come. And I get out. And even better, I finally got some today. So I'm very happy about that. And I guess my question for Gordon, I'm very big on like lessons from mistakes and things that never work out so good. So I mean, I definitely know about you. I even remember when you were trying to move into Africa, but just want to know like another example of something you tried and just didn't work, and what lessons you sort of got from it.
We tried to get into thing that didn't work out. We had this company called let me not call the company name, but very popular SAT prep company. When I said they weren't doing it online, it was all physical, and it just never worked out because partnerships are hard work. It's a dance. It's almost like a romantic keep the conversation going. And you'd be surprised how often people are not on the same page, even talking to each other all the time. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah, communication. And, I keep bringing up this thing about, I hate when things are complicated, right? What I mean by that is a lot of the things that are valuable in how you manage your own personal affairs, your own life, in terms of personal relationships, it's the same in business, I've found. When you are sitting at that table talking to another human being in a corporate entity, just another human being, they bleed just like you. So don't overcomplicate it. So if you're trying to close a deal or you've closed the deal and you're not keeping in touch with them, then you're going to lose the momentum, right? You have to kind of keep things going. So saying that to say that the reason that partnership never worked is because it just, I did it and then I didn't keep it, and can you imagine if I kept that going and then, here we are in 2022 where, the landscape, the world would have changed, it would have been big. But yeah, I'd say that was one of my big L's. And EduFocal has had some good people over the years, and through my own mistakes, we've not been able to retain that kind of talent. So being a CEO, being a better people, what I spoke to Randy about earlier about my own evolution and developing, because if the company is growing with it, then you become irrelevant, right? So yeah, I hope that provided some insight.
All right, then, man. Thanks.
I love hearing that too. And Rory, you bring up a point that even I didn't bring up, where just knowing Gordon, it inspires me also, right? Because this is sometimes you're too close to it. I'm not using this in the bad way, but they say familiarity breeds contempt. And because I've known Gordon for so long, it's almost like it would be different if I was talking to an entrepreneur who I don't know, talking about himself. But knowing him for so long sometimes make me not realize a lot of the things that I could have taken from him. And I realize that in myself, working with my own businesses and taking a step back and looking and go, no, what are some of the things that I'm doing wrong that I can take from other people? And for me, he's been a huge inspiration along those lines, and just making me start to take a lot of what I do in a very light manner, less lightly. Like, no, this is a business. This is a real thing, right? Sometimes just to look on the numbers and go, wait, no, this is a business. Act like it's a business. Don't take it like a hobby. And don't be ashamed of that. That's another thing I take from him. Subi, you put him in a direction and he will fly there. And also if he's doing something, him not doing it like him ashamed of it. And that to me has been a great lesson to not be ashamed of it. I remember even when I was doing Grow Up, I didn't start Grow Up, my class, as a business. I started it actually, I said a joke, I started as a joke to say, let me charge people, because then they'll stop asking me questions because they won't pay. And then, of course, once people pay, I'm not going to treat people badly. They're customers, so I treat them the way I think they should be treated. I try to put my all into the course, and I've done that over time. And then after doing that for a while, I started to think, just like you've heard today, really, it's education. It's a business. Then going on throughout the years I've done it, I've gotten all kind of feedback. I get there. If you think about it, you've seen some of the stuff on Twitter. People almost try to make me feel shame for it, Just put my class, I push a class. Him not really I do it. Him do this thing because I want people come in class. You mean a business? Is that the thing that I'm doing that's bad? And I hear there's some people who are in the business of encouraging other businesses, investing in other businesses, but they would put me down for it. And it's something that's very easy that's the noise. That's why I tell guys, one of the greatest things in company is that ignore the noise thing. That's the noise. Because if I listen to that stuff, I would literally stop doing something that is really good, great. I think I don't know. I'm biased, but I don't know a better investment course locally, for the local market.
You know how long I've heard this common refrain from Jamaican people say, "Oh, Jamaican people love pay for things. Jamaican people not go pay for nothing else for Jamaican." And I'm like, what are you talking about? And the perfect example I want to give them, Bridgets. Me say, but Jamaican people love Bridgets and it's Jamaican made. Like, are you kidding me? Jamaican will spend. Listen, like I spoke about my money earlier. Like, and I'm not gonna call and endorse something I don't really think it is good at. It's really the best tool I've used locally in terms of. I mean, I manage my portfolio in there. I tell everybody I got somebody to pay today. I think we say, yo, sign up to that. Right, pay for that. And it's not because I know Randy and Randy is my friend. It's because I pay for my money, JA premium plan. Right? That charge my card every month, and I've been paying for that now for well over a year. No, I'm not doing that because I know Randy, because I genuinely believe is worth paying for, right? And that's also how you lift other people up, right? So I that's how I see things. Like if you said something earlier, Randy, about confidence, right?
Mm-hmm.
One, I tell you again, it's because these things are documented. Remember when we started EduFocal in 2012, a man from same Twitter here talking about, okay, I call himself CEO and him not have no employee, CEO, and you're not employing nobody. It's just a website. Like, the amount of things, and you know what I did? Me ignore the noise, me focus and me execute, and me just block out all of the comments. No different, no random company, and it's like it's the same story at different level. And people who, because there's a difference between genuine critique, right? And actually just, it's fine to go through and critique the company and this and that. But there's also bad mind, right? So for me, some random person on Twitter saying whatever they want to say, don't change the fact that we're a listed company and we close it at, we close at $3.05 today. No, I'm not saying, that's not me gloating, and I'm saying that's a fact.
And you should be proud of it.
You and your opinions don't change what the reality is, because you know what? There's somebody out there like Gordon who believes in my money, JA, and I spending money upon it every month because I think it's a good product and a good offering, and me want to see it improve. So there's a thing where people kind of small themselves up because they're afraid of what other people are going to say. Can you imagine if me did kind of a worry about what other people are say when he might call himself CEO, then the people would be taking them gain, and I pay for them insurance with EduFocal money, right? That's all those, like, so yeah, man, I believe Randy said people must smile at themselves. Like if you're good at something and there's potential there, yeah, man, talk about it and shout it from the mountaintops, and who is for you will be there for you, and they will come and you will get your tribe. That's how I see it, right?
Yeah,
So yeah, all up thing.
I love
Yeah,
that.
No, you're gonna make a point, Randy. Go ahead.
No, yeah, well, I love that is you say it, and the reason I came to me is because today I was going through my email, and I saw something about cohort based communities, right? Cohort based communities, and I was reading it, and I thought they're describing my girl group,
So, and that's why you start using those fancy terms, cohort based learning.
And you know
what I
me,
mean?
I don't use those terms, but I'm reading it and I'm thinking that's how it is. Like, what's the difference? A cohort-based community is literally a community of people who take a course, think it's serious, and continue along with other people in that cohort to continue using the things that were in the course. And then I'm looking on my gross subscriber group and I'm thinking, oh, it's a small but very tight-knit community of people that take investing very seriously. And I thought about it, and I look on the list of people in the group and I think, it's not a light list of people in this group,
Randy, you know who taught me to move with confidence and be bold? My brethren Kirk. And I tell you about Kirk. No, me said to Kirk, say, you're right, you think that might sound very highfalutin, Kirk. But no, I look back, I'm like, man was so Kirk will say things like curating experiences, right? And that's genuinely what he's doing. So he's now known for Tech Teach, which I love. Such a effectively it's a tech conference at a hotel, right? Again, simple concept, but it's so powerful, and I love it. Now, I would be around Kirk, and Kirk a call, trying to get people to sponsor the event, and then I boof him left, right, and center, and the man is just on to the next. Like he might make the next call, him not gonna hang up the phone after him get boofed. Say, boy, I'm so sad, Dan. No, man, because he knows that what he is doing is actually deriving. It's something that people will appreciate, right? So
and he's stuck with it. He stuck with it to the point where I remember, because I saw it and I thought, what the hell is this when it first happened? And then I see him stick with it to the point where I think he had the Twitter guy, CEO at it, right?
A great story, yeah, man. The man, again, one thing you can't dispute facts. Jack Dorsey, one of the richest persons on earth, came to Jamaica because of Kirk Anthony Hamilton to speak at his event. Whether you like him or not like him, those are the cold hard facts. The cold hard facts is that EduFocal Limited edtech company listed on the stock exchange. Those are the cool hard facts, right? So my thing is, yeah, man, me like, yeah, so I love when Jamaicans are doing great things and them confident about, right? Yeah, man, pushing the thing, man, and yeah, I love it. So you see, like, even I don't remember the 876 Invest guys, like, I went on their program and I said to them, yo, I'm genuinely fans of your work. You know, you guys doing anything, you know, interviewing people, and I watch it and I get value. I would pay for it. The one thing, me, if me think it valuable, you start me go pay for it, right? So yeah, that pay for Twitter. I pay for Twitter. Blue, me love Twitter. Right? Like there's value. I'm gonna pay for it. That's that's always been me. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Love that. And I hope. Well, I'm sure Rory also loves that. Rory, you never had any more questions?
I'm gonna tell Rory for this.
No, man, that's all for me. But it was a pretty good space, and best of luck again, Gordon.
Yeah, man. Respect, Rory. Appreciate
big
it.
up, Rory. Big up. Big up. Big up. I think we have everybody answered. So I'll jump to the second. Then Jason, you get your chance for your second, and then Duffy.
Right. My question. So, before my question, you know, I want to really love conversation around politicians.
You're breaking up.
Sorry, you're breaking up. You're breaking up pretty badly. You can repeat that.
All right, you hear me better now?
Yeah, man, much better.
All right, so I'm saying I love the conversations around politicians because we get a lot of hate for it. But yeah, okay. Yeah, my question was back in the day we had this thing called earnings season. Some people may agree or disagree existing. We used to ask people like what stocks they're eyeing for this year. But since you know you're EduFocal CEO, you can't pick EduFocal here. You know what stocks you have.
MG.
The joke is Gordon has already done the earnings season gauntlet.
Really?
Yeah, man.
He was, I guess, on an episode once.
Yeah, man, I was.
And we even said when him this we have him back definitely.
Pandemic.
No, hold on, Gordon. You hear what Danhai said a while ago? We did say on earnings season that when you finally list EduFocal, we're gonna have you back.
Oh, well, I mean, isn't this the new earnings season? So
there we go.
In some ways.
In some ways, and here you are listed, sticking to our word. Damn, time really is the master. But I'll make you run the gauntlet again because I get what Jason was asking. What stocks? Oh yeah, I like that one. It's a nice question. Outside of EduFocal,
you can't say your stock.
outside of EduFocal, which you're all in on, what other stocks do you like? Have you been liking these days?
I mean, I've been in and out of steep. So, disclaimer: this is not stock advice. I'm not a licensed financial advisor or a licensed, and your you know the respective parties to get your advice. But I mean, I've been in and out of CPJ. You know, like where CPJ is going. I think GK, you know, going on with some great things this year. SVL is another big one. And you know, I guess my wild card is actually tech. I think T-Tech, you know, is onto something. I think that with where data privacy is going in Jamaica and how important it is becoming. In fact, let me be very specific. You see, for the financial industry, big banks in Jamaica, they're going to need the support. And I know that T-Tech is working with some you know, a couple of companies right now. I think that we're gonna start to see their numbers, you know, move even you know, get even bigger and in the right direction. I'd say those are some of my companies that I'm looking at right now.
But like I'm not T-Tech point. I really like that T-Tech point. Because T-Tech also, if people put those dots together, like Gordon say, you know, financial companies especially will be exposed the most. And T-Tech is an offshoot, an out. T-Tech came from GK, and GK is a huge financial group, regional financial conglomerate that also sells food. And I'm sure they're going to fix that problem very soon. And when they fix that problem, the financial side is definitely going to need a lot of what Gordon just mentioned, the Data Protection Act requires. And yeah, who knows? That could really be, as I say, one to watch.
Yeah, man. And trading at a 15.59 market average. In your market stocks is what, 20, 24, 21?
Wally, you've helped bring it up today. I should say EduFocal helped bring it higher today. But yeah, it is way below the market average, and also for junior market companies. It might really be a sleeping giant. And as you can see, today it closed with no buyers. A big up Dana for mentioning that, I think, in group. Either Dana or Yannick who mentioned that there are no buyers buying it today. And we know how our market is. This could change in an instant once people figure it out.
Yeah. I mean, LQ right now, $4.25, 21. Oh, by the way, I'm looking at this in my money GA.
Yeah,
So
who is our sponsor?
Shows the buy and sell queue, so you don't actually have to go to JTrader all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. T-Tech. And again, I mean, Randy, this is so weird because we talk about T-Tech and Monday morning might come and I say, oh, it's because them talk about like, so what? We're not supposed to talk about no stock. Like, I mean, come on, let's be real.
Yeah, bro.
That's like saying that.
Stupidity is a strong thing,
Very,
very great influence. Good thing we have EduFocal to educate people because we might need it.
Like, so then we should be talking about any stock ever. Just don't talk industry. Like, come on, the Gleaner not right about the stock either. They're right about no stock. No. Alright, ridiculous.
Boy.
Yeah.
Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you fine, Danhai. You're not hearing us?
Okay, cool. No, because my thing does being weird. Just like presenting. So,
yeah, I think that the data tonight, just generally the data, the connection seem to be a little choppy tonight. But yeah, I love that. Gordon, listen, I like that you're up. I like that you've given us a lot of your time, but I'm also very worried that you give us too much. You need to rest. I have a private grow tomorrow. Then I need rest.
Some sleep.
Yeah, and I'm sure Kamisha it has been very generous with her Friday evening, giving you and Alex time to people like us. So I don't want you to go too far. I'll take maybe one last question from anybody new. If anybody wants to send a speaker request, I will take it, and otherwise we'll call time on this entire garden. Thank you very, very much.
You're welcome.
And of course we need like 30 seconds for the people who don't have speaker status to hear it. In the meantime, this is a tweet you're mentioning, Gordon. Big up Learn JA for paying my car insurance.
Oh no, there was another one. Oh yeah, that was that. Yeah, man.
Yeah, paying my car insurance, by the way. I love things like that, because that's a real effect of investing in somebody's life.
Hypothetical, man,
Yeah.
You know?
And somebody would say, not necessarily wrong, but somebody might say that, yeah, I mean, you're doing something like this, but you're giving up your future gain. Look at that. Him give up millions in the future for car insurance now. But guess what? I need the car insurance now. To him, this was what he needed, and who knows whether or not him give up everything. Anyway, I'm sure Britain can educate us as to whether or not that was the best move, because him just joined Mr. X, Nicholas Dundas himself, who also, I think, interviewed you, Gordon.
Big up, Nick. Yeah, man. It's a big up earlier now.
Yeah, man. Just come for big up as well.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. And the tweet you had mentioned about insurance, it was Justin actually.
Yeah, man.
Oh, I saw that.
And I also wanted to big up Shaq still for the same reason, because Shaq made a tweet saying, let me find it quickly. Let's read it. Randy, how do I like make the tweet come into the screen?
Just retweet it with hashtag BrickTalk. But tell us what the tweet is while you're doing that.
Okay, 1 sec. Yeah, he says, big up Zach, my son, Learn JA, shares building his college fund.
The amount of pressure I have for me to write it, like.
Yeah, it's a hashtag BrickTalk.
Yeah, man, hashtag BrickTalk.
College fund, I don't know, that's a future. We have to see consistent growth,
Yeah, but
we believe it, man. We believe it.
I'm sure you're up for the pressure. All right, thanks for the big up, Dundas. Next up,
Nick, make sure you're using and give guys footage of me when I big up 876 Invest, So
yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah, man. Randy,
Yeah,
You know,
man.
even my last, right? The
Mhm.
EduFocal has made a lot of people rich, normal Jamaican people. Um, that no, I mean, I think that's reflective of how I feel. I really love when people make money and start do well. Um, I don't want to be the only person doing. I mean, and I can't be the only person. Imagine in one country and you're doing well and you have to be big because it's suffering. No, man, we want everybody to do well. Um, because that's like, why not? You know, I keep saying that it's not a zero sum game. You know, so I'm gonna big up your thing, mega big up that because it's great stuff. You're doing good work.
Yep. All that we can rise. It don't hurt either. It don't hurt any of us to do it. The
Mm.
space have whole heap of space. There's a whole heap of space out there for all of it. Um, so big up also. I really respect that. And I just say we're
Mm.
wrapping it. So I think we had Duffy and then I saw your brethren rejoin to ask a question, but it looked like him. Oh, Victor. So Duffy and then Victor, and then we're calling time on this.
Man. And big up top striker Shan. I mean, so impressed with her by the way, and I'm a big fan. Follow her tweets. I hope she made a lot of money from EduFocal. Yeah. I mean, big up my wife. Was he on the call too? You know.
She must say, I'm say, I know why you get in trouble and them say happy wife, happy life, you know, brother.
Yeah, man.
It's
Big
that
up.
time now.
Listen, man. Berg. You see, all Twitter's got ever roast me up on Twitter. You know, yeah, man. Enough people, man. Big up and thank you guys for listening in.
Definitely. And speaking of the
Hey,
wife,
man,
I
we
made sure
mess
to
up
add her.
every time.
Kamisha?
Sorry.
Hi. Hi. Good night, everyone. I mean, it's morning. It's after 12.
That's true.
This is ridiculous. No, but I mean, just hopping on to say hello to everyone. And, you know, I'm very proud of Gordon, of course. And I will say, I always tell people, marrying an entrepreneur is not recommended. It's not recommended. That's my position. If especially if you're somebody who'd be very anxious quite often. And that's been my experience. But you know, it does give me a great sense of joy, especially because I have spent a lot of my own professional life working in education policy related spaces, and I listened to all the other persons who were adjacent to education as well and their perspectives on the company.
Babe, man, you wake up Alex, you know.
No, he's good. He's good. Their perspectives on the company and all of that. And Gordon can confirm that there is nobody who has been as anxious as me throughout this entire process. But I am so grateful that I've been able to continue learning. Randy, you know that I would have done one of the beginner growers, and that's been so good. And I shared with Gordon that, you know, on the weekend I went to St. Anne, and a friend from primary school, she came to my primary school in grade 3. And, you know, we remained friends. And she and I got to talking, and she was telling me, oh, no, I'm in advanced grow. And, you know, how she has really been able to use the lessons for her and her fiance, and, you know, the progress that they have made on their finances. So, you know, and she has done sessions with Danhai. I know that too, because she said that to me. And, you know, she was like, yeah, you know, I'm seeing so much progress, and she's so proud, and she will tell everybody to do these things. And I chuckled and said, boy, you know, the truth of the matter is sometimes women are not in the conversations about investing, about wealth creation, and so on, for many reasons. So I like looking at the content from a number of the women who are in the finance Twitter space, in the investing space, because I like hearing their perspectives too. And I do know that a number of them have learned a lot from the men, but they're also creating that kind of knowledge and holding the door open for other women to see that this is also a space for them, for us as women, not them, because I'm one of them, you know, for us as women. And women, there are many things that we are concerned about Not that men are not concerned about it too, but mothers, wives, we always have to be, especially in my head, if you're married to a risk taker, most times you find that it's the other partner. If one person, whether it's the woman or the man, if one person is the risk taker, sometimes they're counterbalanced by someone who is risk averse. That is me, obviously, in this relationship. And so my concerns include, I like that mention earlier about, somebody saying that Learn JA is helping them to secure their child's scholarship fund. And listen, I said to Gordon, I have to make sure that I know where Alexander's school fee is. I can see it
Yeah, man.
at all times. So these are, and he's like, you don't need to worry about that because the future will do. I was like, okay, yeah, right.
Yo,
Uh,
school fee.
but yeah, so these are things that I think many of us are concerned about as wives, as moms, and it's important as partners. And it's important that we see the stock market, the Jamaican equities market, as an opportunity, as an avenue. I can tell people too that I don't remember what year it was, but one year when Gordon asked me what I wanted for my birthday, I told him I wanted an equities account. So if he was gonna gift me anything, that's what I wanted. Because then I know that I could use that, learn more, and be investing on my own. And when I hit my first particular milestone on the stock market, I feel like he was more proud of me than I was proud of me, you know. And I'm excited to see more, do more, grow more, and continue to learn from all that you are all sharing in the space. I don't have my head too much in the space, but listening to conversations is something that I do, and I'll see the information and I'll go and research and learn a little bit more. I'll ask Gordon about some of the things. And I'm putting it out there because I want to make sure that he's held accountable for it, that I need to get back my premium, my money JA account, because he had downgraded my account. So my husband will have to reinstate that. Thanks, everyone.
I'm glad you say it there. I'm glad put the pressure on him. He realize where the power lays. And big up Kamisha for doing that. I love all of your points. I love the earlier points.
I missed that, Randy. What did you say?
I say, first of all, big up you for putting the pressure on him. He definitely has to. He's talking to the right person. You say it in the right place, and definitely have to get you back your premium account. And I'll remind him about that tomorrow, if not right after the space. And also, I loved your earlier point about bringing women into the space. And the thing I found very funny about talking about investing, and I say it to Danhai all the time. That's one of the reasons why I always big up Top Striker Shan, is that you're right. A lot of the voices in investing
very funny about
tend to be.
I say to Danhai,
sorry, I hear now wicked echo myself.
Is that you're right. A lot of the voices in investing very funny about
Kamisha would have to mute
I say to Danhai, sorry,
because it's coming from her thing.
Is that you're right. A lot of the voices in investing very funny about
Kamisha would have to mute because it's coming from her.
Sorry, yeah, I keep trying to mute and it's coming out. So I'm just going to leave this space here.
Okay. All right, no problem. Well, I know she'll be able to hear us nonetheless, Kamisha. Thank you very, very, very much for that.
Indeed.
And Gordon, of course, you're lucky you find the right partner there. I really respect that. And I was saying about the investment space, she made a great point about the investment space, that a lot of the times we hear men really. I mean, it's men really that carry a lot of the conversation within the investment space. And that's strange because, like, for me doing Grow, I've now been doing Grow for almost 3 years. And I think at this point, I'm at 80% women that have done Grow. It's really women that do the course, and then
most of my clients are women.
Yeah, and they're really, really good at it. When they're you know what, the thing I see the most is that they're really good at it, and they're doubting themselves that they're good at it. And they get the points quicker than everybody else. They get there way ahead of everybody else. And then they doubt themselves. But men run ahead, and guess who always weighed in ahead of time? Guess who always rushing in before them get it right? Listen, man, I'm really, really, really happy that she pointed that out. And I say always big up Tax Tracker, and I encourage more women to do it, because when them talk and the things them ask me about, them get it better than almost everybody else. They just doubt themselves.
Big up, we haven't given a long time. Big up Miss Julie J. I still think of a lot of what she's doing. Direct education for like practical education around the finance space, decluttering it, demystifying it, because a lot of people, a lot of people interface with these things and just don't really know where to start. And I think a lot of them are very practical. This is how you do this for a lot of things.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So big up Julie every time.
And thank you, Kamisha, for
Yeah, you guys hear me?
Yeah, man, we're hearing you fine, Gordon.
We're hearing you.
And I think that's a good note to bring our last person in on, who thankfully is a woman. Duffy, you get to ask us the last point.
Thank you. So I have a question about the NAV, the net asset value. I'm trying to figure out if I'm missing something, if there's more that I need to see. So for anybody who doesn't know, it's a calculated value that's used to determine the value of a company, and you find it by subtracting the total liabilities of the company from the total asset, and you divide that figure by the outstanding shares. Companies keep advertising what their NAV is, and I'm missing what they're expecting me to do. Like, I get it, like you're telling me that your company is being undervalued on the market, but then I'm not seeing anything around it to push me to buy. Like, you really, like, so that's what I'm asking. Like, I'm asking if there's more that I should be looking for.
It's not necessarily an ad. It is in some ways, but it's not necessarily that. Think of it as a company reporting on themselves. The companies that talk about the NAV, they now is very specific companies that do certain things. So they would say that that's where the value for that specific company is. So they put it out there very regular for shareholders to say, okay, this is where we are in terms of what the company is doing. Yeah. So at QWI, they are a company that holds stock. So just like how we get up and say, we put some money into the stock market, and we value our portfolio based on whatever the value is today. What QWI is telling you is, you're a piece of the company, every single share, that's what every piece of it's your interest in the stock portfolio that they have, and what exactly is worth per share. So if it goes up, then it's telling you that, boy, okay, your shares went up. The value of the shares in the portfolio that that is your piece of the portfolio, that's how much they went up by, that's how much they went down by. This is the value of them at any given time. They find like QWI, MJE, Select F, Select M, they report on it very regularly. They're not paying to do anything, but it's a good point. They can really track value across it. So yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm getting it.
Yeah, man. So
they're basically investing twice.
No, that's why he was saying that it's not really advertising. It is them pretty much telling you how much this fund is worth.
How your company is doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I get that point. But if you decided to ask that company to hold something for you on top of buying the shares, you'd be investing twice.
I'm not sure you mean by hold something for you. If you
Hold
remember,
something I'm not sure you
or
mean
manage, because they're holding companies, right?
yeah, but
Like
they
all companies.
decide how they're investing. So like QWI own shares all over, and when they add up all the shares that they have minus the liabilities, like you just said, the book value really of the company, and work it out.
Every company has it.
Yeah, every single company has it, but fund companies tend to publicize what it is. So as of today, well, yesterday, Friday, QWI's shares are valued $1.42 per share. Now the market price is the real price, and that's 89 cents. So this is saying that if you buy a QWI share now for 89 cents, you're getting for 89 cents something that is worth $1.42. So that's it's do with that what you will, but it's all they're doing is telling you how much it's worth. And
This is what it is. Yeah.
For fund companies, you can think of it almost like a progress report. Yeah. So for QWI, for example, we know what QWI's profit is before they put out their numbers, long before they put out their numbers, because once they give you the NAV at the end of the quarter, you compare it
You
to the
know
NAV
what
at the
exactly.
start of the quarter, boom, bam. All right. If anybody listening wants to know more about that, sign up on the grow, everynickel.com/grow, and you will learn and understand what we're talking about there. But for you, Duffy, is it a lot clearer for you now?
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Thank you.
Duffy, by the way, big up, because you come here every week and I've definitely seen a change in how you're looking at things, how you're actually doing out of the research you're doing yourself. I've seen a big change and I rate that. So congratulations and keep it up.
Oh, thank you, making my head swell. Thanks.
Yeah, man. Big up. Duffy. She said she had the big bet. I think maybe some of the people on YouTube missed that earlier. She had a big bet on a B3 because somebody bet her against learn. Like them not hear, so you can't bet against learning, right? learn it the money, and she make her money twice. I hope that you initially started out long ago, Duffy, telling us that you told your parents that you wanted to look into stocks because of some of the gain you wanted to make. I hope you're telling them about the learn results so far and what you've gotten out of it.
My father was the one who I placed the bet against.
Okay,
I love that.
big up, Daddy Duffy or Duffy Daddy.
So he's a little salty, but I feel like he'll come around to eventually. Cause yeah.
I'm sure he loves this for you.
Okay. I feel like Randy, you're going to run into him, or you already run into him. Because I talk about you a lot on the space and the class and whatever. So I feel like the more that he sees me be successful at it, is eventually he's going to, what's a polite word for page, or meet you, or like try to like link with you one of these days. You probably already done it, but maybe we'll see. We'll see. But it feels good. So thanks.
Boy, man, Randy beat a man and him. A man don't know, and him say my daughter always talks about it.
Yeah, I don't want any more fathers page me. I get past that age now. Please. I like us for anybody else thinking about how to get into that, learn about doing that. evermickle.com/grow. The link is at the bottom of the screen, and I teach that course every week. Yeah, Subi, sound like you're saying something just now.
No, I just make the point that my wife called me out in the public about our My Money J account upgrades. So I just sort it out and tweet, make the crowd know, say, yo, it's sorted.
Okay. All right, I'm happy that you've sorted it out for her.
Big listed company and nothing. I downgrade.
Quickly.
Oh wow! Big up. I was going to launch these earlier. I haven't put them out in the public yet, but I'll show an early thing for the people on the last of the stream. Anybody thinking about grow? Anybody thinking about grow? The next grow coming up for the public is a split grow, and it is the 23rd. And this is the nice little ad for it. Let me make it large so everybody can see it. It is. Boom. You'll see the tweets go out in a little while. But it is meant to, you get it. everymickle.com/grow, $85. It's the poster that we're doing for this month. And if you're not on the mailing list, get on the mailing list and you'll see more of this. All right. Having said all of that, Gordon, thank you very, 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 very much for joining us this week.
Yeah, man. And I hope, Randy, and I hope that when we come back on, so let's say in 6 months, the stock is still growing great and, performing, and people have great things to say.
I'm hoping the same.
Well, here, as much as you provided a lot of value for the early term people, I think you've also provided a case for the longer term investors, myself included. I have no plans to drop my EduFocal shares anytime soon. I only get one little piece today, a small little piece. Is the first I get into buy some since it IPO, and I haven't bought enough yet. I will still be buying. And for me, I really see a lot of the great long distance things that this company has come in. So if people are disappointed in the future and want to sell it for cheap, I have no issues buying it for cheap in the future, and I know I'm not the only one.
Yeah, and Already, Randy. I mean, I'd have a choice.
There we go. All right, that's it. Too late, people to join. I'll make them talk quickly, but we're definitely ending. Thank you guys very, very much. I'll make them talk for the credits, but thank you guys very, very much for joining us. Thank you, Gordon, for taking the time to talk to us. Thank you, everybody who joined and asked a question, gave a view. Thank you, Danhai, for hosting this with me, and thank you, everybody, for listening in. We'll be here every week, as usual, for Brick Talk. Thank you very, 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 very much. All right. Thank you. This has been Brick Talk, and we'll see you another week. So, with that said, that's the official end, but I'll make the two guys who just joined ask nonetheless, talk nonetheless, or one, because Pickles, Sir Pickles, you're late, but I'll make you talk, because I know you're in Japan.
Good evening, or good night. I was just wondering why this is on so long. But anyway, I know in my weekly festival thing, that's what I have to talk about. It's been a hide. I don't hide. When it's good, I'm here. When it's not as good, but still good, I'm here. Same way. So people who are the faithful festival, trust me, you see the guests, stay straight now. People are back. So I will going to try again. So I still don't get into God, get into the learn. I tried 3 days in a row. Why? Why?
Monday's a new day. Monday's a new day. So look out for it, all right? Monday's a new day.
Yeah, man, I don't put it in from now. As we get home from where I put it in with a little limit calculation, something, yeah, man.
Yeah.
One more time.
And the FESCO is so funny how we view that thing. Remember this, I always tell you and anybody listening, don't get caught up too much. Like Swaby always said, don't get caught up in the noise. When FESCO hit $5 like 3 or 4 weeks ago, how excited was everybody? It's currently at $5.99, and if you notice today for the first time, I don't know if you noticed yet, Dre, if you've seen it, but they've announced that they're considering a dividend.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's so good.
Let that carry you through the weekend, and look out for a lot more from them, I'm sure.
Just, Randy, you've seen it time and time again. Just a company is in everybody's face because everybody talking about it, and then suddenly go quiet, but you don't understand opportunity just because there's more to come, but let's start talking about it. Sure, let's all do that. Let's all be quiet. That's fine.
Yep.
I want some too.
Yeah. I don't mind if it fall and I get to buy it for cheaper.
Exactly.
Yeah. At $5.99.
Imagine it ends up back at the price it started the year at. I'd be an idiot not to buy. So.
No, which but second down, no.
No, you think of it. I think of it wrong. Think of it differently, man.
Yeah. Remember,
there's definitely profit points in that for you. So. Yeah, man.
I remember the thing that should be guiding your search should be your goal. That's guiding you.
Yes, I know. It's still on track, man. So I'm good.
All right, bro. All right. Thank you guys again. Thanks everybody, and good night.
Hey, man. Take care, everybody.
All right. Night.